Good morning, everybody. How are we doing today? Yep, VIX is doing things. The futures held the 4,400 level pretty much all night, which is a really good sign. Maybe they don't claw it back this morning. We'll still see. I'd still be cautious, but definitely a better position to be in for the short side here. Did you hold your bear call spreads or close them? I just spent most of the morning trying to close them. I think they should all be closed now. They were up like 80% already. I assume you mean the ones on SPX? Yeah. I spent like the last 30 minutes trying to get them closed, and I got about, I don't know, like 30% of them closed before open, and then the rest closed at open. Those are mostly like a weekend theta carry. They're not, I had no intention of keeping them open through the rest of today. Oh no, QQQ MOASS time. Well, it's very zoomed in. Let's see if this updates. Hold on, I'm trying to. Okay. All right. Hold on, let me just update something real quick on the SPX channel. Are you still holding your GME position? Yeah. I mean, I have some cover calls out on it right now, but I'm still holding it. What's gamma neutral for SPX? 43, 52, 52. UVXY got hit. Okay. Can we do a yes no to decide if people like the stream? Yeah, I guess people could do that. Yeah, but I'm not too worried about NQ just yet. It still managed to hold 15,000 overnight. Although even this morning's rally looks weak, right? It's already starting to break down from its bounce at like 445. We got a we got a high test here on this candle at 1570 15,073, and then it failed the test. Girk, you buying Sainsbury today for their expensive butter to lure in the chav thoughts? You know it. Wait, so are we below GM now? GM? We're below GM. right now. So we're in a net, it's net negative gamma. Just a little bit, but gamma max is at like fucking 45.70 something. So, I mean, well, yeah, okay. So the recession took a U-turn 60 miles outside Moscow, and now it's having a holiday in Belarus. I don't know. I did see some of the news articles saying that the war in Russia is over now, but I have a feeling it's not. Or, well, Ukraine. Can you touch on the SOM rule indicator and how we are potentially close to it? Well, we're only close to it if unemployment continues to increase at the same rate on this next report. But if it does, we're close to it. It's a rolling 12-month look for a 0.5 increase from the low in unemployment. So whatever the low is in the prior 12-month period, any 0.5 increase from that low would trigger a SOM rule recession. It's not very complicated, but it is one of the few officially recognized definitions of a recession. So net negative gamma means they will be selling into falling prices, but also buying into rising prices. So it means more volatility. I think your Weebles first. It might be. I'm looking at charts on other screens. No, no, it didn't really move much there. My Eastern European holiday got canceled recently. I was particularly upset when my Ukrainian travel agent said Crimea River when I rang in to complain. JPOW needs to study RC to learn the art of the rug. I mean, JPOW didn't do a lot to rug anything, frankly. The government's in no way obligated to publicly announce it as a recession, right? Um, a little harder to avoid than the prior one, but no. So, well, first of all, this tracks back to this thinking that the government somehow changed the definition of a recession last year, and that we should have had a recession, but we didn't get one because they changed the definition. The fact of the matter last year was that we simply did not have a recession. People were claiming that, the preliminary GDP report indicated a recession, but then the following two reports both came in positive, which meant we had one negative quarter of GDP, not two. So we didn't actually have a recession by the definition that the government said we didn't have a recession by. It wasn't a technicality. It was correct. Looks like they know time isn't on their side, and they're trying to get us back into a positive gamma environment ASAP. See if they're successful. I'm gonna hold my call side of the straddle till at least a test of 4360 and a confirmed failure, or as high as it goes. So I think if we break up above 4360, that probably puts us at like in a good place to test 4375. Sorry. That's what I mean. The market has no fear of JPOW. He needs to show who's boss. Yeah, I agree. It's problematic. Especially given that they're trying to curb speculation with narrative, right? Which, worked for a while, but now no one gives a shit anymore. I just sold all my Nvidia and Netflix stock. Okay. Prigozhin here. Long-time listener, first-time caller. If I plan an attack on Moscow again, how far out of the money should I buy my puts? Yeah, I don't think anybody's puts were printing because of the shit going on with Wagner Group. I missed the weekend stream. Is there no DD today? I wrote DD last night till 4 in the morning. You mean the daily? No, I was busy. I had like quite a lot of spreads to close before market open. And since liquidity was dog shit, they weren't exactly easy to close. Picked up some SCHW. Oh, nice. What price did you end up getting on it? There were some pretty decent lows last week. I'll caution anybody now for that play. I plan on buying it over a very, very long period of time. I'm not rushing to buy it all at once by any means. There's still a lot of issues in the banking sector which I expect will materialize in the next like 6 months. So it's a very, very slow DCA. Thanks for explaining your straddle exit strat and pickle specs. I feel like straddles seem easy, but exiting them for a decent profit is tricky. Yeah, I mean, over time, with a decent amount of practice and the more comfortable you get trading the SPX, the better at exiting them you'll get. And obviously, the better your yields will be. But the reason I like them so much is the baseline position when we have this much overnight price action is usually profitable. Not a lot, right? But you can do better from that point forward. But even most nights, you know, you've got like 8-13% return. J-Powell lost his power when he capitulated to Trump. With full pumpies today or pullback at some point? I, uh, where full pumpies? You need to fucking zoom out, man. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm back. Full pumpies, aka we pushed to 43. 80 and hold. Hmm. Maybe. I don't think there's a lot of interest at 43.80 right now. But there's a decent amount at 43.75. Right now, I think more importantly, we're retesting 4,400 on futures. That's probably the key level to watch here. Zero DTEs look pretty strong from like 43.50 down to well, like 43.25. Volume's decent. Out of the money call interest isn't that high yet. Apple just made a new all-time high. Good for them. Tom Lee said we're going up 12%. Why do you agree that he's the greatest trader of our generation? I don't. I think he's an idiot. A very public idiot. Good morning, Girk. Thoughts on a firm this morning? I have no idea. I haven't looked at it. I don't watch it. Instead of playing QQQ, should I put my nuts in a vice? You think that'll make you play QQQ better? Thanks for the education, man. You got it adopted by the Dans. Thanks, dude. Any worry for July puts 42, 4,300? I mean, I just bought July puts at 4,300 last week. No, not particularly. I guess 42 is a bit more concerning because if we bounce, I have to cut them. But yeah, I'm not particularly worried just yet. Win market Meltongoric 3 DTE 3200 Ps enough theta. No. Is the current Fed's fund rate projecting 5.6 by the end of year? No, the current Fed's fund rate is projecting 5.35 by the end of the year. So they're pricing in one hike, but not two. But that's, I mean, generally they only price the hike in front if they expect it to be split. How's the cat doing? He's fine. He still spends most of his day under the lining of the couch. Or inside the lining of the couch. I think it'll make me stop playing QQQ. I doubt it. NQ will push ES through. Maybe. Let's see if NQ's volume persists here. Still a lot more interest there than ES. Ooh, commodities are picking up again this morning. Nice. Oil up 0.9. T-bill futures are moving up a little bit too. Not a ton of demand on yields. Dixie down. Okay. Dow up 11 points. NQ 47. SP 26 and Russell 1. VIX futures down 1.5%, but VIX up 3.35%. That's curious. Just me or VIX futures trading a lot of volume today? Okay. Yeah, so if you guys read the DD last night, this is where I'm looking for the first possible breakdown on SPX at the 4360 level. Lady ViewOp just leaned down and asked me what the hell is a Quantatubby? I'm looking bad right now. Please help. They live in a mystical quant land where they're watched by a vacuum cleaner that likes to suck on things. Sometimes they spend their days rolling through hills or eating pink gloop out of bowls. System 1, System 2. Welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the Comfort Club after the stream. Would you average down July 21, 420, 415 Ps? here or start buying August monthlies? 420, 415, or start buying August. What strike are you looking to buy August monthlies at? The same? J-Pop was pretty vocal on the Dillionaire stream. I think that was Dork's cat. EDX is a new crypto exchange backed by Schwab, Fidelity, Citadel, and more. BCH is one of the 4 coins you can invest in. BTCF and ITC are others. May explain the 60% run. Well, that and they're opening up a bunch of links. Well, they're trying to open a bunch of like Bitcoin spot ETFs as well. When you say oil up, do you mean we should get ready for Turkish wrestling? If that's your thing. I will tell you, if you cover yourself in olive oil, you will find it difficult to trade. I say this from experience. How much does Yellen still need to offload in treasury offerings? I think the TGA was up to like 300 billion. And they need to get it, you know, up to like a little over $1 trillion with their reserves at the Fed. The early estimates were about 1.4 to 1.6 trillion total. Which leaves them about halfway there. Is a wide stop on a call side straddle to protect cost basis appropriate here? I don't want to hold it into the red, but I also don't want to get stopped out early before 0 DTE rips. Yeah, it makes sense. I'm still not seeing a shitload of 0 DTE interest coming in, but frankly. 4350 is still pretty stacked with puts. 4360 call volume has picked up, but still not a lot of gamma on that strike. Let me see where people are trying to sell calls today. Looks like someone's moving quite a bit of negative gamma at like 4370, so that might be call side capitulation. That's interesting. Okay. I mean, if this is our bounce off gamma neutral, it's not very impressive so far. Thank you so much, by the way, Bithead. I was at a garden party with Tom Lee. I asked if he cared that the pickle jar laughs at him, but he just kept on interrupting me, shouting, "Are they on CNBC?" over and over every time I spoke. Interesting. Yes, having a little trouble getting it up. It would appear so. Yeah. Seems like we're getting a bit of a Bit of a breakdown there. Oh man, my allergies are gonna fucking murder me today. I can tell already. What's up, Dork? Is this Black Monday? No. BlackRock has a pretty good track record of only ever having one ETF denied. But wasn't that also a Bitcoin spot ETF? Did I hear that right? Elon Zuck fight is off? I have no idea. I don't know if that's accurate or if it was ever on. What are your thoughts on GB this month? I mean, I think it'll continue to accumulate short interest. It's been dropping pretty steadily for a few days now. It looks like it's getting more illiquid, so there's shorting occurring, but not a lot of it and not very quickly. How low do you think they try to short if they need to cover? I would say that if the market stays pretty stable, Jimmy will probably stay above $20. If we get a big downturn in the market, we might see like 18 again, maybe 16. Do you think Jimmy is holding any meaningful levels here? Or is it inevitably going to drop if the downturn continues? I mean, it's still liquid enough that it's sensitive to like the greater index moves, but I'd say that we're starting to see accumulation of short interest. It's just very slow, right? It's not like it used to be, where they would just short the ever living fuck out of it, right after it ran a little bit. Um, they really just don't seem to care much anymore, which makes me think that like most of the shorting we're seeing is probably just retail selling covered calls, and less so like volatility shorts. Thoughts on Oxy? Is it just down due to oil prices? I mean, primarily. I don't mind buying it at these levels. But yeah, I mean, the slump in oil prices has been a little bit rough on it. I picked up a buy last week at 56.50, and I think that's my last one for the position. Um, yeah, I don't think I'm making any more purchases. Elon would have gotten killed literally. He's in no shape for combat. No problem, Paris. Where do you submit Netflix price and positions for keeping it interesting? I don't know. Tell me about what you do at the end of the week. I didn't really think that far ahead. STX doesn't look like it knows what it wants to do. Yeah. It wants to see if it can clear a test of 4,400. NQ looks like it's going to retest 40 or 15,150. NQ volume is far more consistent than direct. Hmm. But the key level there is really 15,150 anyway, so yeah, we'll see. Any GME ETF FTDs to take note of? I don't think it's got much coming up. At least not until the end of this week. Yeah, there's pretty much nothing through the 7th, which is the last date that I have here. Was that ETF FTDs? Yes, these are. There's like 400,000 on 6/29, which is this Thursday, right? Yeah, this Thursday. That looks like the highest number for this week. Every other day is like 200K, 100K, 180K. NQ looks like it's failing its test. At least right now. Elon is like 80, 100 pounds heavier than Zach. So Elon could do the walrus and lay on him until he loses. Maybe. Why the fuck is Lucid up 14%? Why not? I don't know. It probably had some kind of news. Maybe it didn't. Although I feel like I heard something over the weekend about it. Oh yeah, they struck a deal to share their powertrain technology with Aston Martin. I guess taking the contract from Mercedes. Good morning, dude. Just checking in. More bounce or ready for chop now? Well, it looks like we failed the test at 4,400 on ES, which is key. I'd still like to see it fall below 43.55 here. Is it okay to open a straddle 2 to 3 weeks during the trading day? You can if you want. They don't. They generally don't perform as well intraday as they do overnight. And then if you're just using it for trading the price action that day, you don't need that much theta. Like if you plan on closing the positions before the end of the day, you don't need a lot of theta. Put a trail stop limit buy for a BPS. Hit on that last big candle, but holy moly, the fill was Terra bad. Do you just put a fixed limit instead of a trail for entry? I don't use trails on spreads at all. So yeah, I just use limits. I also don't really use stops on spreads. I generally micromanage them. But I know you have a job. Why would Aston Martin want that? They want a bespoke electric vehicle, according to the press release. Gorgolini, what's your favorite Persian restaurant in New York City? I don't think, I'm not sure if there are any. I think we had this discussion before. If there are some, I don't know where they are. Is this the rejection of 4360 you were talking about for a straddle call exit? For my 4350s? Yeah. I will say, however, that it has not confirmed a breakdown yet. It's now bouncing again and retesting. Is this a megaphone pattern on SPX? It's a weak one, but yes. What's your favorite? I'm not Persian, Lila, but beef kubida, it's pretty tasty. And tadig, which is like fried rice with raisins in it. Is Jimmy Play officially dead? The Ivy's never been this low before the run. Since before the run. Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of interesting shit going on with GME right now, to be perfectly frank. It looks pretty boring and like most of the vol shorts kind of walked away. Woo. You did it, guys. You got rid of you beat the shorts, maybe. Unless they come back. I had a fried lobster. I had fried lobster fried rice, and it was pretty delicious. So like, what, like tempura battered lobster in fried rice? Raisins can fuck off. Whoa, that's that's really strong there, odorous Dan. Not a Persian, not a centaur, not a cult. We need more positivity around here. So you said on Hot Tub, we need a bump of VIX to 15, 16 for pressure on the puts. Yeah, I'd like to see VIX continue moving up. We did break out of that low, but I mean it's obviously still getting at least suppressed a little bit here, right? Their desire to take on risk in this environment without the protection of that very positive market maker gamma seems to be quite low. So they really need that tailwind from futures to put them in a position where they can start selling shitloads of zero DTEs again, right? Won't the new movie Dumb Money bring attention to GameStonk again? Maybe that's why Sea Level are buying stock. I mean, they're not buying a lot, first of all, and those are probably just scheduled buy-ins. Cohen bought a decent amount, but the rest of them was minimal. The new guy had to buy, I'm pretty sure. There's ownership requirements. But I don't think any of the inside purchases at GameStop have been substantial. I highly doubt that the movie is going to drive enough interests to push anything major. Yeah, one of the problems with the movies is that they look at everything very much in a like the documentaries too. They're very focused on what happened with GME, not what's happening with GME, right? Like you didn't go out and fucking short CDS because you watched The Big Short, right? Or short CLOs. Are you still bearish for the near future? Yeah, I still don't have any reason to be bullish. At least not on the market. I'm pretty bullish on commodities right now. What's making you keep your GME share position if the vol shorts have moved out and CC premiums are near worthless now? I mean, they're not worthless. They're still pretty decent, actually. They're still better than most of the other stocks I own. And my cost basis is literally nothing at this point. So why sell? If I had a higher cost basis, I don't know. I might have a different opinion, but I don't, so I don't have to worry about it. Netflix 28 July 420p 430p debit spread open today, targeting 413 would be how I approach this. Update you on the results whenever. Okay, interesting. 420 430p. All right. Let me know. Is Dole de-doling? As in, is it starting a downturn? You mean its first one ever? A little bit, yeah. Yeah, it's coming down a little. I mean, it still hasn't dropped to its prior low. So I would say it's still very much in a continuation of the uptrend for now. We would want to see it break down below like 1250 to confirm more downside. Basically every time that happens, it bounces really hard though. Like anytime it gets close to confirming any kind of breakdown, it just bounces and then moves even higher. Just like the Blackberry movie brought attention to that. What did it in any meaningful way? I feel like it didn't. Is it worth rolling down and out GME cover calls? I have some July ones, 70% profit. It might be just worth closing them. Yeah, I guess you could reposition them. You can keep rolling them down if the price action continues to drop, if you're staying out of the money, especially. Have you sold the put side of your straddle yet? Or are you still holding both sides? No, I haven't sold the put side. I have more theta on the put side though, so it also doesn't come out until late September. Okay, so I'm not worried about it. We'll see if options interest on GME increases significantly in that time period. Astrolf looking better and better by the day. I know. I sure can pick him, can I? No sell, no sell, baby. I appreciate you fighting the good fight. I'm not fighting any fight. I have no skin in the game at this point. Dear God, can everyone stop asking Pi-Fi about GME? Man owns a lot of shares at no cost. Even low IVCCs are printing money. That's the thing, though, is the IV isn't that low, right? IV's still pretty high. I could be selling cover calls on Caterpillar, where IV is actually low. 80% is not fucking low IV. Where's the SREF DD and Pickles picks? It just needs to surpass it, for backwardation to occur. Prigozhin might be dead, maybe, or he's in charge of Russia's new Belarusian nuclear armaments. Anyone else looking at QQQ July 14 chain? I feel like the bid ask has not moved on out the money contracts for a long time. Would a long time be like 30 minutes that QQQ has been trading flat? Ew. September's are 70%. July 14 chain and QQQ not enough theta. And it depends. If you're at the money, it's probably fine. If you're trying to buy July 14's targeting a market crash, no. This is the problem with theta that people seem to have is it's relative, right? If you're trading July 14's, that's like a lot of theta, right? Especially if you're trading it like intraday. Um, even like a short swing, it's a decent amount of theta. You could probably carry it like one or two nights with that. Um, but if you're buying like 350s, yeah, you're probably gonna get fucked over. How would a Russian power struggle influence Western stock prices? Big downs in short term if Putin was to leave because of uncertainty of what or who comes next. Well, India's oil demand would spike massively, as would China's, on whatever available supply there was, right? And Russian exports would, in the event of like a coup or something, would probably shut down entirely. I would imagine that aluminum prices would also probably spike significantly, maybe uranium as well. Um, Big increases in spot pricing on those commodities would probably drive speculation on other commodities even higher. Um, there would be fear. Obviously, power vacuums aren't, you know, beneficial to anybody, generally speaking. Um, and the increased cost of commodities is going to drive up producer costs, which will drive up PPI, which then has an effect on headline CPI. Energy prices would probably soar. So yeah, I mean, it has a lot of effects. They're, they're very far-reaching too. The markets don't like uncertainty. How much would Nvidia going up affect Nvidia going down potentially? Could you be more specific? These are at the money contracts, but QQQ's traded in a like 30-cent range for the last half an hour. Like it would probably pick up more delta at 36.50 maybe. I don't know. Do you have to refresh the pricing with your broker? Which broker do you have? Is it updating pricing live, tick by tick? Are you on a delay? I don't know. Ever since the movie Jobs came out in 2013, Apple is up 1100%. Coincidence? I think not. I think it has very little to do with the movie. Time is a flat circle, Gurk. Theta is a wibbly wobbly semicircle. Really going after 4,400. Well, they've failed tests at that level 3 times now today. 4? Looks like we're starting to slip back below the weighted VWAP. Well, at least on the 5-minute. 15, we got some room to move down. Up to like 43.25 there. Yeah. NQ's in a pretty critical place right now. It's either going to fail 15,100, which it might, but volume's starting to fall off on the drop. So we're getting downward consolidation. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of chop today. Like if we're not gonna see a big pump, chop's definitely on the table. We have a lot of big data this week, and I would expect people to start getting prepared for it. I know I think we have a JPOW speech tomorrow. We have durable goods tomorrow. Oh no, we don't have a JPOW speech. We have durable goods. I think we have housing data, right? Yeah. Housing data and consumer confidence and durable goods tomorrow. Then that's going to be followed with inventories, retail and wholesale, JPOW's speech, and the bank stress test on Wednesday. Ever since the movie Jaws came out in 1975, the boomers' fear of the ocean is up 1,100%. Interesting. There's an invisible power in Russia that might be running things behind the scenes or in publicly, right? I spilled coffee all over my desk. Should I remove the smell of coffee from everything? Well, the smell's probably persisting because of the oils. So, I mean, you could probably just use like dish soap or something acidic. Not gonna lie, I was a little sad to not see you in a Teletubby outfit. I can't believe that I wasn't made the naughty Nunu. Nvidia took a little poopy, not a big poopy, just a little one. Okay. We're seeing more chop than old growth rainforest in the path of a Brazilian cattle ranch. Did you see the high amount of volume for Fubo at end of day Friday? I did. That was kind of interesting. Do you have any thoughts on what that could mean? I know about the Jan 7th or the Jan 2025 $7 OI. I'm not really sure if that's like a tail hedge on short positioning or if someone's just really fucking bullish on Fubo at 7. But yeah, it's been picking up quite a bit over the last few months. As far as the volume goes, I don't really know if there's anything that we can determine from it, at least right now. Burke A is up 1,300% since the movie Braveheart came out. Coincidence? Not at all. Dallas Fed manufacturing less bad, but still really bad. The aggregate. So generally, when the individual Fed indexes are looked at least from an institutional perspective, Space Banana, they're looked at as an average. And the average, even with New York's, like the Empire State and the Dallas report being a little bit better, overall, the picture it paints is bleak. Sometimes I think that everyone, including me, is really, really dumb. Yeah, I could get on board with that. I do some really stupid shit. You know, I'm still shorting the video. I haven't stopped. I keep telling myself this is the last put I'm buying. And then I hear something bullish about NVIDIA and I buy more puts. The smell's lingering because it's not cleaned up yet. NVIDIA's poopy is getting bigger. Yeah. The NQ failed 15-1. So that's pretty significant, right? More volume on the downside now. More chop than a Saudi journalist and a Turkish embassy. Too soon, man. Thanks, slot machine. If we just chop, will you hold the put side of your virginity? I mean, straddle. They need to stop making Saudi women wear the Burke A. Heat index of 115 every day through Friday here. I've got many of the symptoms of heat exhaustion yesterday morning before 10 a.m. I live in a boiling swamp of torment. Don't you have like air conditioning? What's up, Ben? NVIDIA making surges in the AI game. It ain't dropping anytime soon. They're not doing shit. Hey, Gerg, what will you do when coal wood-fired pizza shops in New York City have to close because New York City is a clown show? It's a good question. I think they're only banning like wood burning and natural gas stoves in apartments. I don't think they're banning them in restaurants or commercial spaces. SPX back below GN. Yes. Is a bots call a decent hedge for an upstart put? You know what? That might not be like a bad dispersion trade. Short the underlying, long the index. Yeah, good work. Commercial spaces do not have that regulation. Yeah, I didn't think they would. Tesla provided some nice entries to the downside this morning. I hope it drills now. We'll see. It's definitely not gonna enjoy SPX and QQQ both dropping. Also, Tesla's just been getting hammered fundamentally for the last couple weeks. Walmart's rolling out charging infrastructure across the US, or they're planning to. Toyota's got a solid state battery with 3 times the performance of Tesla's at a cheaper cost and a much more rapid build out. And Ford just got a shitload of money to do something. Fuck, I forgot what Ford's up to. I hate Ford. I gotta look again. None of it good for Tesla though. You forgot to mention the Cybertruck is the ugliest thing ever built. You don't like taking your electric vehicle out into the wilderness? Taking your grid reliant vehicle off grid? Where's your sense of adventure? Well, if they're coal fired and they switch to wood fired, they're gold, right? Gork market going down. I know. I see that. I'm also here. Hello. I'm still short in a video because the AI bubble is all because chat GPT hype. AGI hasn't advanced much since last year. AGI hasn't advanced at all. It doesn't exist. It's currently like a futuristic pipe dream. Every researcher in the field projects like 15 to 50 years before we have anything even remotely resembling artificial general intelligence. So yeah, you're correct. But yeah, it's even further off than you're indicating. Not that generative, AI or machine learning doesn't have a place. It's just most of its utilization is already being realized and has been for several years. The spread of my July SPY 430p just jumped to 5 cents. Ooh. Tell me more about how you spread it, Dork. Have they actually been built? No one knows. Why did you lean in and enunciate the revelation of Toyota's batteries? Horseman is most displeased. My sense of adventure takes me to resorts on beaches. Full circle to the most humans are dumb comment? Maybe. I have solar panels 10x larger than the trunk to charge over a week. Okay. So you go out into the wilderness and you deploy your solar array, and that's gonna refill the bat. So as long as you can survive an entire week, you can get back home. Are lithium ion batteries really good at trickle charging? I feel like that's not ideal for them. What happened to the bounce? Well, they tried and it didn't materialize. Are you still opening Julys? Or are you looking at adding longer dates? For what? Specifically? Last week was a fluke. I'm back to going the wrong direction with my trades. I think you probably would have done better if you'd been a little more patient today. Don't make the mistake of feeling that it's necessary to trade the initial morning price action. It's not. Gorkalini, it looks like I took profits on my call hedge at the top this morning. Neat. Well played. Gherk, is my coal-fired F-150 safe in New York? For the majority of people, going off-grid is within 15 miles of a Walmart. You mean a Walmart? You mean a Walmart charging station? Sorry, I just want to reiterate all the bearish Tesla things. You gave me that opportunity. How is VIX up 5.28%, but my July 16 calls are still down on the day? I don't know. Get good. Because you probably overpaid for them. And the skew's normalizing now. That would be my best guess. But I could be wrong. AMD's starting to drill. Is there a market for generative AI bidets? And what exactly would it do? Like, what's the advantage? I'll buy one, but you've got to sell me a little better than that. Are you upset that Tesla does not accommodate centaurs? I mean, I'm not going to get into it. My new house has Tesla solar panels, but I'm paying to replace with a coal-fired roof system powered by BTU. Nice. I didn't even know BTU is expanding into that market. That's very exciting. Are you keeping an eye on AMD today? I've been buying puts on it for a while. Yeah, I'm watching it. A bunch of dip buyers rushed in on Friday. So seeing their dreams get crushed would be ideal. A lot of those are at 110. Yeah, I haven't really been looking at Snap for a while. It's been pretty boring. L-ion are fine with trickle so long as the voltage is constant and the current limited. Okay. What happened to the kaboom? July or longer dates for SPX puts? I'm still buying July's probably for a couple more days. Then I might move out to like the end of July contract or August, depending on which has better liquidity. I have some Septembers, but those are mostly like for Vega. The interweb says trickle charging is not acceptable for lithium batteries. What do you think about here as an entry position to MOS? I mean, it should still be cheap. Nat gas prices are still down. I haven't looked at it for a little while. It might be okay, but I wouldn't rush into a position. I think there's a chance that it could slip back towards like the $30 level. And obviously that would be a lot better. The dividend's not fantastic there. It's only like 2% or something. So it's not gonna like pad your entry a lot. So getting as good an entry as possible is important. And right now it looks like it may see some decline with the indices. So there might be a better opportunity coming. Like the technicals do not look good. I'm glad you spiked that set from me. We're going state, taking off Friday. The bidet compliments you on your diet and structure of your poops. When coal-fired bidets? I don't know. Every home in America will have a coal power plant on the roof soon. Just FYI, there were steam-powered cars. That's true. I have a roof, but I'm looking to explore other options. What about no roof? It's gonna expose you. What if you die of exposure? Another classic V or an incoming breakdown? There's still a little more room for this to run. Yeah, I don't think it's out of the question that we retest 4360 again. Although some of the earlier positioning broke down quite a bit. The failure of a second test, though, would be kind of fun. ES doesn't look nearly as good on the 15-minute. I think we want to see ES fail 4380. And we really want to see NQ break down below 15. Lithium ion chemistry is great at charge acceptance. Trickle charging is terminology from the obsolete lead acid era and has no relevance to modern tech. Charging at any reasonable rates works. Okay. Would a small solar array provide a reasonable rate of charging? The bidet adjusts the shape of the water jet based on how much Taco Bell you had the night before. Did someone say AMD puts? My September 70p have entered the chat. Someone did, yeah. You really like to hold. You know what I've noticed about you, Thunder, is that you like to hold on to your options like they're your babies. Was a little too patient today. Bought one put at the top, one in more, but didn't get the chance. If we retest, though, I'm happy. Okay. I'm sort of looking for it to break 3640-ish and to be an inverse head and shoulders. Yeah, it does look like one's maybe building up, but that could also just end up being a double bottom. Right? Do you think NVIDIA factors into the insane pumping we've been seeing for the last 3 months? I mean, they're definitely a beneficiary of it. I find myself frequently exposing myself. I don't know. Maybe just remove a small section of roof, see if you like it, and then you could commit to the whole thing. Coincidentally, exposure is fine. The military trained me well for homelessness. Sorry, unhoused. Coincidentally, there was an inventor of a steam car last century that was also killed by his own invention. One scoop of Metamucil a day equals 95% wipeless poops. Add a bidet and you get a pooping game changer. You could get your fiber from other sources as well, but yeah. High fiber plus bidet. It's the pinnacle of pooping. It's more down to the BMS or solar controller. There's specific solar controllers which support Li-ion batteries. Okay. Maybe these off-grid electric vehicles just need a dropout floor, a la the Flintstones. It's float charging that's bad for lithium. Low current charging. Jesus Christ, there's too many electrical engineers in here. Don't you guys have work to do? Take 10 days to charge your Tesla. 90 kilowatt hours is a lot for a small panel. Well, you just need to get to the local Walmart, which is, we've already determined, 15 miles away. No, I just happened to either buy the top or see like a 10% gain way too early and don't sell, boom, underwater. Alright, fair enough. No, I haven't, Bob, and that's disgusting. The Phi and Pi doesn't stand for financial wizard. Electrical engineers have computers that do their jobs. Engineers don't work most of the time. We pretend to work a lot. We put more work into pretending to work. Okay. Asparagus, broccoli, and French onion soup the same time is the pinnacle of pooping, at least for me. Okay. That sounds like a mess. Electrical engineering is just my hobby, not my job. Engineers are like nerd firefighters waiting for the alarms to go off. As a Zom shill, I look forward to the upcoming downturn in EV green energy. Hashtag sell the carbon capture. Sell the carbon, recapture the carbon, same carbon, win-win. That's a really, like, why not just recapture your own carbon? I'm just trying to help you with advertising here, Lawrence. That's just like your opinion, man. I pretend to work as an engineer because I don't know what I'm doing. Well, thank God you're in charge, right? What's the most money you've made while pooping? $17,364. There's rules for that too. You have to be mid poop. It can't be waiting for the poop or post poop. That doesn't count. From Yahoo Finance, Federal Reserve's message to the bullish stock market: we will break you. I wish JPOW would say that publicly. Mostly just for the soundbite. Electrical engineers put the most work into getting the degree, but then you just tell people you're smart and busy. I knew an electrical engineer who I was very good friends with for a long time, and he would eat buckets of KFC in parking lots in the middle of the night by himself. I think he works for Apple now. I'll send your idea up the chain. I'm not good at hashtags. No worries. I have some experience with all the streaming and stuff, so. I did well in and out 0 DTE puts, 4360 on Fute's test fail of 4400. So thank you. We're nearing the time when they get 0 DTE cheap calls. Any thoughts on getting a few for pump attempt? I don't know. The level keeps failing. I don't have a lot of confidence in their ability to push higher. Is 200K salary a complete life changer from 170K salary, or you have never had a poor person's salary? I had a poor person's salary for a while. I mean, I had jobs when I was in college that all sucked. But after school, I don't know, like 8 months before I got like a promotion to anything remotely decent. Probably like a couple of years before I hit six figures. Um, but no, like 170K and 200K really aren't that far apart. I don't think your quality of life is going to change dramatically. When you straddle strangle, do you look at each leg's profit loss or the overall straddle strangle profit loss? Well, both. Tell me some bearish things about Nvidia. Maybe like how there are short calls at 420 underwater. I mean, I feel like the calls you're referring to have a lot of theta. I've only been here 2 years. To call us best friends is a bit of a stretch. That sounds like I'd be an excellent engineer. Was he homeless? No, he just acted like he was. No, I didn't meet him at the parking lot at a KFC. I studied engineering in the States, then my family moved back to China, and I'm here now. A kindergarten teacher. Go me. My buddy was also from China. And then, do you eat KFC a lot in parking lots? If 200K is a poor person's salary, then fuck me. Well, it depends where you live. I went from 85 to 105 over 10 years ago, and in that case, it did impact my quality of life. Hmm. Was it because it was 10 years ago? I feel like 10 years ago that was a much more significant jump. The biggest difference, instead of crying in a car with heated seats, you're gonna cry in a car with heated seats and a heated steering wheel. Sometimes I miss having a real job. You just like show up and you don't have to like do it well. You can just kind of half-ass it and probably still get paid. Those were the days. 200K in San Francisco or New York City is like 80 to 100K in most other places. Yeah. Is there a point on SPX that the JPM collar would have downward pull on price? Pretty close to expiration, so it's getting less significant. But yeah, I mean, if we got down to like 43.30, 43.25, it would probably have some effect. If we fell below it, it would probably have more. But that's gonna fade throughout this week pretty rapidly. 20K a year now is supersized versus regular. They don't even have supersized things anymore. It's very un-American. Vix and Carl have something in common. They both can't get it up. Harsh. Most people do great at real jobs if they basically just show up on time reliably. Yeah, that's true. We keep telling you to play Diablo. Yeah, but I'm working. You know, this is my job, not you guys, but the trading part. I have to do this to pay my bills. Well, I have to do this to make more money, which at some point I'll use to pay my bills. Be back to 30 minutes to an hour. Enjoy the crash, everyone. Thanks, Dork. Are my NVIDIA 200p safe? Are they for January? Can you get QQQ below 360, please? NQ looks pretty bad. Maybe. You might get your wish. Any positioning changes with the seeming failure of a breakout? It's not seeming, it is a failure of a breakout. Mm. Yeah, I'm not sure that there are any underwater 420s on NVIDIA, by the way. Maybe some. There's more puts at the 420 strike than calls. Let's see here. 43.35, 43.30, and 43.25 puts have increased pretty substantially. Well, gamma on them has. Yeah, volume's going up too. So it looks like a little bit of a push to drive us further under gamma neutral. The fast gamma is at like 43, 37, 50. So here, I'll put these on the chart so you guys can see them for today. So that's God. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Okay, there's gamma neutral. And that's like fast gamma. Just make that blue. There you go. My friend has 8 days played in D4 and isn't even halfway. Yeah, it gets really boring. Just finish a coding boot camp in like 4 weeks. You can work from home and trade at the same time. And let's be real, you can take a day off. No, I can't. I work for a semi-big tech company. We just had another round of layoffs today. I wouldn't be surprised if we hear this sector sheds workers this week and next. I mean, continuously they've been cutting back headcounts. most of this year, right? So this is just a continuation of that. Did you hedge earnings? Going into doctor feeling like I'm being patient with entry. Come out and see I missed the pullback. Well, on to the next. How's the OI look? Movement from here. We're starting to pick up a lot of put interest to the downside. Hopefully it keeps increasing. What is this infamous JPM color I keep hearing about? And is there a way to get some profits from it? It's part of their hedged equity fund strategy. No, not for you. And it can help determine levels that we're going to trade at on SPX, but outside of that, you're not going to profit directly off of it in any meaningful way. No offense, man, but I would never want your job and make millions of dollars only because I love being an accountant way too much. Said no accountant never. It's dealing with the regards. Yeah, a lot. I've noticed that a lot gets like put on me that I have no control over. Like people are like, "Hey, I bought these SPY 400 calls for next week. Why aren't they printing?" That's usually just popcorn trader though. What do you mean fast gamma? So front like the average but weighted to the 32 days to expiration contracts. So shorter time frame but not 0 day. You could probably take the rest of the day off. You could work the first hour of the day like you used to and then chill. But not today, I can't. See, when I used to do that shit, I would like scale back positioning for a couple weeks and close stuff out. And being on the stream all the time means that I'm almost always slightly over leveraged into something that I need to watch. This might not be the place, but I was hoping to ask you for some info if I may ask the chat. Does anyone in the Southern California area know of a decent lawyer for accidents? I don't. I drove my brother to work and we got clipped by someone who ran a red light, hit us in the front, spun us, hit the back. Cops arrested the guy, took him to jail. So I want to sue him for everything. Oh, okay. Yeah, it makes sense. Hey, Gork, why my port no 69 for 20% this year? Because you spent most of the year building an indicator which mimics ETFs that already exist. Same like exponential moving gamma, kind of. Is working towards calculating fast gamma or gamma neutral on my own worth it? Probably not. 71423, I think you said. I mean, the Greek neutrals are mostly good for figuring out like the ranges that we're likely to trade in, and they don't always hold true, right? And or selling options. So they're far more useful on like the market making side. I bought these 400C for next Friday. Why aren't they printing? On what? I bought 3,800 Ps for next week. Where is this guaranteed market crash you promised me since February? Okay, first of all, from I just want to I don't want people to forget that from Feb SLD through March, the market dropped like 700 basis points. Okay? Somehow, you fuckers still bought calls at the bottom or puts. Sorry. I don't know how. I don't know how people not only didn't make money on that, given that everybody was going short at the top, but then everyone else who didn't believe it was possible bought puts on the bottom of the fucking drop. Don't worry, we were telling him in the Discord RSP exists. I know, I saw. Okay, I'm out of settled cash, up 10% on my port today. Thanks for all your teachings. Nice, man. Congrats. Tesla weeklies about an hour ago are pretty awesome. I'm willing to sell them to someone here. We should probably find a lawyer. I don't know any personal injury lawyers in California, so I'm not a lot of help. I didn't RSVP yes to your quinceanera. Gorg, I'm going in for an STD screening today. Oh, you should be fine. Wish me luck, but I only get negative returns. Rusty, you've spent the last, like, 12 months crying in your car. I wouldn't say you need to worry about STDs. I study my trading strategy pretty much every day. How are you surprised that you're still not broke? Mostly. Not me. I started accumulating puts on Nvidia at 265 and upwards. Oh, I bought these 3,800 Ps today. Jesus fucking Christ. I will admit, I'm bullish on GME this week. Lack of call interest makes me believe this is the perfect week to run the stock. Why? Why run it? What's the thesis there? Like, I know you've explained a thesis, but it makes no sense. What are they running? You've been here for 2 fucking years. Have you learned nothing? Yeah, no problem, magnanimous. Pomponio? Injury law? I know he works out in Nevada, but I think he operates in Cali too. Great dude. Boom. Sold my Tesla weekly put at 0% loss gain when Tesla looked like it was going green on the day. You're all welcome for ensuing the dump. Sometimes I pay ladies of the night to cry with me. Our fluids intermingle. Jesus Christ. Hopium? I don't get where these like fucking theses come from. Are people just like looking at fibs or something? And they're like, yeah, it bounced off this one, so it's gonna go up. It's because the hedgie's ultimate edge is the element of surprise. The hedgie's ultimate edge is just walking the fuck away because they can't make money on it anymore. Discord fake Gherk strikes again. I hope he likes cake. I had dinner with a friend this weekend and he still believes in MOASS. It was super awkward. Ah, cringy. Why haven't you mailed JPOW a signed VWAP hat to wear at his meetings? I've sent like 100 of them. They keep getting returned. Kirk, you thinking a video to 300 by Friday? I wish. JFresh is drawing green lines on the chart in the Discord again. Oh, is he doing technical analysis? I have to see this. I see a lot of memes. Some sort of palatial residence or school. Oh shit, big poopy. Oh, I see he's drawn a penis here. Nice. Hey, Big Spoon. Don't forget Elliott Waves. I need to have a long talk with regards Geeky. She keeps posting Elliott Wave analysis from some fund she follows on Twitter. When was MOASS no longer a thing? Oh, when we realized that they could wash FTDs through ETFs infinitely. And they would never cover a single short ever. And they would close them all. It's pretty good TA, I'm not gonna lie. Ilya's pizza analysis greater than Elliott Waves. Yeah. So what about the statistic that says something about every time we end June positive on the year, the market will be up 10 to 15% by the end of year or something? Sounds like bullshit. Dynamite Dove, welcome to Dillionaire. Hit me up on the Discord, I'll get you added after the stream. Thank you so much. Elliott Wave dudes keep adding extra D Wave and C Wave up and down until it works. Basically. Pretty much, yeah, that's Elliott waves aren't even that bad on indexes, but that's the only place they're moderately useful. When they start using them to analyze individual equities, it gets pretty gross pretty fast. And they're only useful on indexes on really long time frames. Where literally nobody's trading. You're just like buying and holding at that point. I just want you to know, better for the environment, better for you. E-delivery provides timely and secure access to your important documents online. What the fuck are you on about? Just keep your eyes from drifting downward when you talk to her about Elliott waves. Whatever do you mean, Darbwire? Girk, every time the stock market is up on the 194th day of the year, the total return for the year is between -50 and plus 50%. Now that's fucking the kind of accurate research data that we here at Pickle Financial appreciate, Popcorn Trader. Remember when we talked about Wyckoff for weeks? Yep. Wyckoff's better than Elliott Wave. In every way. Wyckoff's, I mean, it's real. It happens, right? There's accumulation and distribution in the market. Also, it's price analysis, which is way better. Still largely useless on shorter time frames, but good thing to learn. Make me a quant then? I don't know about that. What's the next downside resistance on SPX? 4340. For sure, I Wyckoffed the other day. See? I just got bit by a mosquito. If I get West Nile virus, will that be covered under workman's comp? I think only if you report the mosquito bite to HR. I'm talking about boobies. You have to turn your computer screen upside down to read the coded message. I know what you're talking about, Darb. Did you see the volume spike on Express end of day? No, but there was one on Fubo too. My new house does not have a swimming pool. I don't know what to do. Build one? The hierarchy of useful data in the pickle jar. Gherk, Dork, JFresh, Popcorn Trader. Yep. Have you ever seen Popcorn Trader's technical analysis? He does it all on Yahoo finance charts. It's pretty amazing. By hand? I don't know. I guess. You should have strong hands. You're a Dan. If you got bit by a mosquito at work, reported it, contracted malaria, would workman's comp cover that? I think so. I don't really know how workman's comp works, but I would assume, yeah. You know what workman's comp should cover? When other people come to work sick and get you sick. Fun facts, China will ask Saudi Arabia to further cut oil production, but it really means they'll buy Saudi oil under the table. I just made 8K while pooping. I'll be back in 2 hours. See you soon. Ricardo Corrales, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man. If it was work travel, should. If you live in a malaria zone, probably not. Okay, that makes sense. I don't know if you do you have workman's comp if you live in a malaria zone? I'm not trying to be rude, but think about that for a second. Upstart outperformance today. Covering or repositioning? What do you mean outperformance? It's up 40 cents. Hey Trina, how you doing? Workman's comp can be tricky and terrible. Non-continental U.S. territories. Okay. I think areas where malaria is a problem and employers with workman's comp do not overlap. Probably not. Time for a new Dilly song? Maybe. Do you want to make one? Okay, okay. Foreign resident for a U.S. company. Alex, hello. Are they doing anything here? Just letting the market and VIX slip away? It doesn't seem like they're putting up much of a fight. Well, that's because they're not, Bob. Also, put interest is increasing at 43.30 and 35, 25 and 43.20. Did you see the change in positioning from leverage funds? I'm only asking you as you mentioned it might be important on Pickles Picks a couple weeks ago. We haven't had a COT report this week. Which change in leveraged funds? When USB crash? Oh, it could be a while. I'm doing all right. Feels like it's been a long year. But yeah, hanging in there. Glad to hear you are. Hazard paid more than workman's comp. Why not both? Right? I like that VIX is staying above 14 here. I hope this continues. I think SPX is maybe going to go for another little breakdown again. Maybe retest the underside of gamma neutral. Might fail here, actually. That'd be cool. I would prefer a failure here. But if we get a bounce, we might retest 43.52. If we fail, maybe we go to 44.30 or 43.30. Ooh, that'd be fun. My coworker hurt a tendon in her foot and she filed through workman's comp 5 years ago. She's still in a boot and insurance is fighting her tooth and nail. Her tendon is getting worse. Like they won't pay for whatever. Have you heard about 6/12/1824 challenge? No. I'll DM you. 4290 feels better. Well, baby steps. I saw a post on Reddit and checked the source. It came from Cot Report, E-mini, Chicago Mercantile Exchange. Maybe that's irrelevant. Sorry. No, I'm wondering what position change there was, because usually it's published on Wednesday. Looks like dealers have moved more short. Total positions are down overall, but short positioning hasn't fallen off dramatically. Leveraged funds are still net short, but now dealers are net short. Where last week it was about even, but this is from 620, so this isn't today, right? This is last Wednesday or Tuesday. Also, it looks like other short positions have increased. And leverage longs have reduced. But yeah, leverage funds are still 22.8% short. Folks are going short or rather less long. Well, the dealer's more short. Leverage fund total short contracts are down about 200,000. Dealer shorts up. Asset manager short positions are down a little bit, but now represent a greater portion of their total positioning. Other reportable short interest is 12.5 versus the previous 11.5, and up about 60,000 contracts. Non-reportable short interest is down about 50,000 contracts, but now represents 11.4% of the total versus its prior 10.6. I mean, probably some profit taking, right? Yeah, leverage funds are a little less short, but asset managers are more short, and so are dealers, and other and non-reportable. So a bit of shuffling around, and total positions have reduced. Like total OI is down. Total OI is down by about 700,000 contracts. 650. On the hot tub stream, you said we might have a push up earlier in the week to stay above the collar. Do you see a complete failure of that for today? Asking for my call hedge. Thank you. Um, so if you read my SPX write up last night, which I posted both in Billionaires and publicly for everyone. But I was keeping my call hedge for a test of 4360. We failed that test a few times today, so I ended up getting stopped out of it at like 4354. I don't know what position you have on your call hedge, but the failure to gain any ground today is significant. It means that the calls that came in last week, the dip buyers that came in, are still underwater. And if they start to capitulate, which they probably have a little bit today already, but if they capitulate more, then we can realize more significant downside, maybe down to the color. So keep that in mind. Right now, where we're positioned, we're still too close to gamma neutral to rule out a bounce. It's a tricky situation. I've been fixated on your point of 1230, 230 calls are cheap. Same applies for puts. Yeah, it does. Depending on VIX, but yeah. I mean, they just get progressively cheaper throughout the day. Those are just periods of time where larger amounts of volume can happen, right? So the likelihood is greater because there's more active participants. Why do most Americans spend hundreds of thousands on healthcare for surgeries instead of going abroad and paying 1/20th the price? Most common surgeries are to the same standard in any decent hospital. I don't know. Plane tickets make up the difference? Or they have insurance and they don't care because they don't pay for it, right? Yeah, no problem, Jamie Diamond Hands. What is a non-reportable short? So it's like short interest that's like smaller traders that don't have the reporting requirements from the CFTC. Uh like uh like retail. Close out those puts this morning, 50%. Reposition more puts for another week out, plus 15%. Hedges make me sleep way better at night. Nice, dude. No worries, Gensler's twin. I hope NVIDIA kisses 410 today and then decides it wants to go down. That'd be cool. I would very much like to see NVIDIA under 400. What kind of theta do those underwater dip buyers have? Do you know? I mean, it's all over the place. A lot of them were like one and two DTE. Obviously they're fucked, but some of them were further out. Some people buying like some actual like long positions. A lot of those got buried last week and sold off. I noted that we had started to see on the hot tub stream yesterday that we'd started to see like a small uptick in dealer Vega on the pump. And initially, I was thinking maybe this is like longer dated put positioning. coming in, right? And the dealer was picking up more Vega exposure. But no. I think it was actually longer dated call positioning. Actually, this was like last week. I think we talked about this. Anyway, when the market started to drop, that crashed. So all the bulls that like actually put their money where their mouth is and went long got crushed and closed out all their long positioning. But they were coming in. They'd finally. It's ironic, but you know, after all this pumping, they finally found that long term support they were looking for, and then it just got destroyed. I was wondering if cheap calls could push up the bounce, but I think we need more time to see it play out. Yeah, no problem, man. Do you think an intraday call hedge is worth it as it approaches 43.40? Or do you think that a bounce would be short lived? I have theta on my puts. I mean, these bounces don't seem to be picking up very much volume. If I were to buy a call hedge again, I would probably pick it up on a cross to the upside of delta neutral. So if we move up to like 43.55, then I might pick up like a call hedge, but not in this range, not below gamma neutral. Why can't we see your positions anymore? Well, what is it, like 10 business days ago? I applied for margin on WeBull. Then they sent me an email this weekend that I had some fucking dead Tesla leg open on the short side, and that was the reason for the delay. So hopefully they've got it sorted out now. I've never seen a broker take so long to approve margin in my life. Has anybody else gone through this with WeBull? But yeah, anyway, I'm converting the account to margin so we can do spread stuff because it's more fun. I'm going to subject myself to pattern day trading. Ugh. Well, I might not do that, but we'll see. I'm back, guys. Did the market crash? Mostly flat. Are the cheeks still contracting, or did they reverse it all? The cheeks? What? I just got hit with PDT. If it's your first time, call them and get out of it. Just be like, I didn't know what I was doing. This is a thing. Does WeBull require an income test for margin? I don't think so. Don't you have more than 25K? Yeah. He means the tips. They're still contracting. So no PDT. Well, I was gonna put it on there so I could be like one of the poors. I was gonna slum it. That way I'm subject to the same restrictions as everyone else. I know, it's gross. Maybe I won't. We'll see. Slum it? Join us? You'd love that, wouldn't you, Corneb? I figure if I can get a $5,000 account with PDT up to 25,000 before, I don't know what, like end of year. What's a good time horizon for that? 6 months seems reasonable. Then poor people can't be like, oh, you just do that because you're rich. 500% in 6 months. It's okay, Dork. It can happen. You want to do it so when you say, how are you guys not making money? You can really mean it. I mean, I do really mean it. You know, people give me shit for saying that, but when I say it, it's like we've gone down like 300% in a day, or, you know, something like Upstart's run 100% in a month, right? And then people are like, I lost everything. I can only assume they were attempting to inverse the position at that point. But like, really, really mean it? Gork, are my Upstart $14 cover calls safe? No. You should raise the membership fee if you do it. Why? I haven't needed to adjust the membership fees for inflation yet. If you do that, the mystery as to why my ex left me for you will be solved. You're just better than me. We'll see. In my experience, there's like a 46% chance that I just blow the account up. So, one way or another. It's very hard to dramatically improve small accounts quickly. I don't have any reason to increase membership fees. They're not like I'm not like selling anything. It's just like an arbitrary paywall to keep out the riffraff. It would be very climatic if after you get approved and set up, you just put it all in 0 DTs. There's a good chance I do that. I guess I'm diamond handing VXX. I've been holding for a couple weeks and it drops with the clown market. I can't sell at these prices. Just assure me that it will go back up. I don't know. Do you have a lot of theta? No, it isn't you. It isn't you just have a job and then gamble 1K on 0 DTs till you win. I mean, I'm not going to say that that's a method that's awful. It could work. If you're oh, oh, it definitely works. Well, you can build a fat port that way, right? But because of your methodology getting there, you're likely to blow it up just as fast as you built it, right? I mean, I have to. I don't want to humor it, but I have to. There actually is. There are viable ways to do that. There is like a like you can just take like a max risk approach, keep dumping money until you win, right? And eventually you'll win, unless you're like half smart. BTU same like Godstock. Why do you say that? Well, that's the thing is that, and that's where most traders fail anyway. When they're forced to scale, right? But that's like a really big failure point for traders because they don't know what to do with the money once they have it. It's actually really not hard building up like initial capital really quickly. There's a lot of routes to doing it, and regardless of how safe it is, YOLOing zero DTEs is one way. Have you looked at selling Gen 25p on BTU, then going long 30C Jan 2024 Godstock? I mean, I don't know if I want to go long 30Cs for 2024. I might like sell 25s, go long 20. I'm gonna call that a poopy calendar spread. Kirk leverage. Yeah, I know. I understand how it works. You can get a head start with the roulette double down approach. The odds aren't as good. Girk is testing us, guys. I mean, I know traders that have built portfolios on the back of what seems like stupid shit like that, right? Just buying like, you know, 1 and 0 DT SPX like zero point 0.5 delta options or 0.05 delta options. I'm just like waiting till it hits. Why are you airing my strategy? With scaling issues, wouldn't it be a good idea to just take the initial profitable port size and stick with that? Move profits out, stick with the strategy and port size that works. Yeah, but I mean, when you're starting off, there's periods where you're going to need to scale up, right? Unless you're just starting with like $150,000 account and you don't really have any need to scale further. But yeah, ideally you're gonna want to scale up probably a few times as you build capital, right? And you're correct that yeah, you should stick until you're comfortable scaling. You should absolutely stick with the strategy and the portfolio size that works best for you. But never scaling, I don't know. They must have been good traders. Most of us are not. I don't know how good they were. They did fill their port up quickly. The video's doing great right now. Oh, it's down $12 today. Oh, well, I mean, I guess, yeah. I've never full ported Bobby or AMC. Disgusting.
0-1 DTE YOLOing on initial deposit might work, but once you win, it's just about not doing that again with the full port, right? Uh yeah. It depends on how big you win. You might have to do it like 2 times, but the second time you can spread it out more, right? Because you have more capital to work with. Nvidia, Tesla, Dad. I don't know. I'm short both of them. So they're just coming to life for me. I wouldn't call them dad. Volume picking up on this drop? Yes. Look at Popcorn Trader getting his dreams. Yay. Give up 43.75, you fucker. Are we gonna see the typical 115 pump today? I didn't know that was typical. We might see some put capitulation into the late afternoon. My dream is SPX 4210 end of week. That'd be fucking crazy. When do the auctions start today? Does anybody 11:30? I forgot to look. 1 o'clock for the 2-year. I wonder if the 2-year moves up. 3 and 6 month both came in slightly higher. And then we have a 2-year note auction at 1 o'clock. The 2-year notes stayed about 1% off of the federal funds rate. That might be a good way of measuring forward pricing on, like, in the bond market on the expected FFR. I'll have to check that, but yeah, that might not be a bad way of visualizing what's priced in. We slipping the collar today, baby? I fucking hope so, man. The big 7 propping this thing up or selling off big time. I'm aware. I'm short most of them. Fast gamma testing, but yes. Chances Jimmy closes below 22 July 21st. Pretty decent. I don't know who the fuck that is. I wasn't serious about the roulette double. It's gambler's downfall or something. Gambler's fallacy. But it's a common way CN guys start out in a large casino nations like Macau so they can get a quick win to look smart. It's not too so the person I know who uses that strategy effectively also can't maintain a portfolio size greater than 30K and blows his portfolio up every time. But he's very good at rebuilding it. And he basically takes like $500 a week while he works some shit job. And he just buys zero DTEs, right? Until they hit. So he buys like out of the money zero DTEs and until it hits, right? And then when it hits, he's got like 300 to 400% more money, right? Then he does zero DTEs on 4 stocks. Right? If he fails, he goes back, right? It's like a flow chart. If he wins again, right? Now he's up on his initial position another 3 or 400%. And then he does it on 8 stocks. And then if that hits, he's roughly near like a 25K port. And he mixes it up. He goes like half long, half short. Sounds like a good way to get behind on taxes. I mean, capital gains are still net. So no, not really. How does that not seem like gambling? Oh, it is. It's absolutely gambling. Then he gets a portfolio and he's like, no, I'm gonna manage this one really well and like buy some safer assets and sell some covered calls and use that to build up my capital. But he doesn't. He just keeps YOLOing until he blows his port up. I've seen him get his account up to like 680 grand and like a good bull run. He really kills it. But then somehow he never has any other assets and is broke and living on his girlfriend's couch like 3 weeks later. Like, actually, the amount of times I've seen him hit $500,000, he could just be wealthy. Stop talking about me. Stop talking about me, please. Oh, wait, girlfriend? Never mind. Carry on. She must love him. Is it possible to learn this power? I don't think it's a power. I think you just have to be willing to gamble large sums of money over and over and over again with zero respect to the consequences. Does your friend just show you his port more frequently than I would like him to? He DMs me his positions all the time. I've told him this, Montgomery. He does not. He always says he's going to, and then he never does. He just keeps like scaling up the positioning. Like he'll start like, on like mid caps and like low floats, right? Buying like out of the money zero DTs with massive leverage. And then, he'll move to like stronger mid caps and like smaller blue chips. And then he'll start like YOLOing on tech, and then he'll go from tech to like SPY or QQQ. Then he'll go from that to like SPX, and then he goes to futures. And the next thing I know, he's like, man, I've got like 2,000 CL1 contracts. And then he's broke again. Is the fight right now for fast gamma? Kind of looks like it. I don't think this is much of a fight. Probably just profit taking because fast gamma's shorter dated positions, right? So they're far more likely to take profit than the longer dated positions. Has someone taught him about buying boomer stacks? I've tried. It's a pointless endeavor. The last time he actually bought something, I think he bought what was it? Some railway, but I don't remember which one. And then there was like some, opportunity he wanted to chase on the options chain, and he sold it all, and YOLO'd it into like some options that he got burnt on. QTM his positions. Have you ever considered starting Gherkin? Gherkin? No, but you really do make a lot of money in the fake crypto space. You just award yourself a bunch of it and then try to convince other people to buy it, and then when some hedge fund pumps it, you sell your position. Or at least that's what they seem to do. I guess you just make promises like, yeah, in 5 years we're going to beat Visa's payment system by 10x, and then say something about AI. Like, we use artificial intelligence to guarantee that our chain stays decentralized. I don't know. You could probably use Chat GPT to write the script. Will my 4200 zero DTs print? No. 6/12/18/24 challenge looks easy until you realize that you have to get in 6 miles of exercise. The 12 donuts and 18 beers aren't that bad. The rest is easy. Orient Express? No? Does that still exist? No, that's not how. You hire influencers to pump the stock, and at the release date, you sell everything while the other people buy. Well, it's not stock. Don't go calling it stock. You're gonna get Gary Gensler's nipples in a twist. I watched a video where this one dude thought his mic was off, and you could hear him in chat going, okay, so let's push it up to such and such resistance, and then we can offload. Wasn't that the whole Zach Morris thing? Did anything ever materialize out of that? I knew he like ran away to Mexico. Hey Girk, you're looking rugged as ever. I've been meaning to ask though, can I book you as a guest for my upcoming video tutorial series? Just tell me what part of the body and I'll be there. Before coming back to the stream and going, okay guys, so this consolidation looks bullish. Let's see how it plays out. Do we know the RC thesis on JWN? I haven't seen much about it, and I'm surprised there hasn't been a big group of Redditors following him into that position. I would say he bought it because we're moving into a recession and luxury goods are considered defensive. I don't think it's really more compelling than that. He doesn't own a substantial enough amount of the company to have any influence, even though he's tried to exert it. They're stuck in BBBYRQ. Where would VIX have to go for zero DTE pumps to become viable again? Probably like 15, 16. They could start selling puts again. I don't like that on this dump VIX hasn't moved up substantially. It's one of the reasons I'm still worried that we can bounce up. Is it one of those days that looks a little rotation-y? Not really. I mean, Dow and Russell are performing a little better today. But, you know, dollar is also down and oil's up, so might not be that relevant. It's not like there's a big disparity. This GME dump is amazing. The reason nobody followed into JWN is because of the saying, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. Can't get fooled a third time. I actually owned JNW until he bought in. And then I sold when he pumped it and bought puts. And that worked out really well. Sorry you already answered this, but where's the exuberance line bear song threshold for today? Let's see. I want to say the collar, but that's no fun. Say 44.30. Any indication that Nvidia downs are going to continue? Well, I mean, it's only like 70% overvalued now, right? So is this enough of a confirmation on Tesla sub 250? Or will this bounce still? I think it's a pretty good confirmation. I mean, it's already hitting my like short-term price target. The confirmation at 250 was at 250. That's why I kept saying confirmation at 250. I'm assuming you want to go a little further out of the money and longer dated. Decent. If you really want to be safe, you could wait for a breakdown of the trend support, which it's still trading a little bit above, but sub like 42, 43 or 243. Sorry, I keep putting fours in front of everything now. Up 30% on September 15, 335 Nvidia puts. Take profit or wait for more downs. It's up to you. You got a lot of time. You could sell some and keep the rest. That's always an option. You could scale out of the position. I don't think logic is the way of Nvidia right now, to be fair. Well, here's a counterpoint to that. If the bull case is illogical, right, and it's achieved all it could possibly achieve at this point, then the bear case of it returning to its its actual valuation is illogical too, right? And so if it's going to behave illogically, then why not drop 70%? After buying long-dated puts on Palantir, I just noticed how many are big on it being the next big AI play. Yeah, it was the next big blockchain play, too. So $10 soon? Probably. I have $10 cover calls out on Palantir, and I do not give a shit one way or another. Up 30%. Understood. Thank you. Fair enough. Regression to mean. Long Nvidia, the pain trade. Imagine buying Nvidia at 430. I'd rather see aggression to mean. Thoughts on Euro Energy? I like EM PBR a lot, but VAR has me interested. I don't like EM. You bought it. I don't know why, but I don't like it. There's a lot of risk with them. And well, there's a lot of risk with their dividend, but VAR Energy, I don't know anything about them. You'd have to do research on them. What do they do? What sector? Pabst Blue Ribbon? Petroleo Brasileiro? Norwegian Oil and Gas. Hmm. You know, when I'm buying oil and gas companies, I prefer the more corrupt ones. They tend to have better profits. I have July and August VIX calls that I've been averaging into on the drop off over the past few weeks, and they're down 10% today, with VIX up over 5%. Completely fraudulent market, or you overpaid for your calls at the top and they're repricing as skew shifts. I did warn people about buying VIX calls at the top there, and this is kind of why. But I mean, if you go in the money, you won't give a shit, right? Quality assets but not increasing production by 30%. Yeah, that's why I like PBR. PBR also has the additional headwind of supporting Brazil's economy. Should I be buying puts or calls? Please don't make me think for myself. You're gonna have to think for yourself, man. I bought VIX 15C August and September. Thought process was exactly if they go in the money, then I don't give a fuck. But I think what people are doing is they're buying VIX calls, but they're not looking at like the VIX term structure, and they're forgetting that like the upside on VIX is being priced into the calls, right? And in the money puts have like less than 0.1 delta. BTC supports El Salvador's economy. What about that? Don't they own like $50,000 worth of it or something? It's not like it's fucking who gives a shit? It's El Salvador. That's their whole economy. That's equivalent to 75% of El Salvador's GDP. But what's El Salvador's GDP if you count black markets? They were the victims of US hegemony. Yeah. There's a saying that applies to that, I think. Lots of countries were. That's the entire world. Yeah, okay, you're not surprising anyone here. Everyone knows. Oh, there goes the US destabilizing small governments again. I'm an American and I'm the victim of US hegemony. At least it's not just Coke and Pepsi overthrowing Latin America these days. Has the US had a lot of Latin American involvement in the last like 5 years? Not too much. I mean, occasionally we violate like Mexico's sovereignty and go there and arrest people, but other than that, we've been better behaved. I don't think so, Blue Fire. We seem like jerks. Yeah, we are. But just remember that they hate us because they ain't us, right? Yeah, so there's like a bunch of paperwork that's supposed to be filled out before all of that happens due to the like anti-cartel agreements. That doesn't always get filled out before we just go arrest people and fly Blackhawks into Mexico. So there's some question about how much US law enforcement really respects those international accords. But I'm not going to get into it. Beautifully put, Hercules. Do you still expect a bounce from here? We can. I mean, this is kind of telling us that a lot of shorter dated positioning is moving into the money, right? Especially on the short side. So yeah, there could be capitulation here, and that could, push us back up to the 43.52 level, back at gamma neutral. But we could also fail here, right? We're at resistance. So if we fail, then shorter dated positions go deeper in the money. It's more momentum to the downside. Maybe we close that gap into the collar and we get down into Jamie's dirty business. There was that foiled coup attempt in Venezuela a couple years ago. I don't know what you're talking about. No comment. Did people not read could bounce? No, they just focus on the thing that's not their position. the bounce thing was a warning, and technically we did bounce, right? We moved up to 4360, which is also where I said resistance would be. And then I said, actually, the stock market has done exactly what I said it could do today. I can't do better than that. The only way I could do better than that is if I could somehow control what the stock market does. Can you say that it will go to 39.50 end of day? No, I don't think that's very likely. Oh, United States, the country that probably has a lot of government officials and law enforcement on cartel payroll. Yeah, that one. But if you don't pay the right guy, the other guy's going to arrest you. Have we talked about FSLR today and how great of a pickles pick that was? No. It gets swept under the rug. I started doing this, like pickles picks like 2 years ago. They still have like a 90+% win rate. That not only options plays, but like buy and holds also. So fuck you, haters. I don't know if there's any of those left in here. I think the bots might have left. But if you are here, fuck you. $75 to 80% if you're challenged like me. Fair enough. What about the bots that love you? I have deep appreciation for them. Superstock hate watchers only come when GME is rising. I know. If you know when to turn a losing play into a spread or hedging, some of us are still trying to get better at that. Yeah, I understand it takes time to learn. The best way to do that is to not over leverage yourself into the position in the first place. I love you and hate you. I hedge you. It's so funny when they flock in like clockwork. Yeah, Jimmy goes up 3% in a day, and they're all here because they don't know why. Jimmy's going down today because Gherk never DRS'd. Yep. Did you see the relatively huge amount of daily volume on Dole on Friday? Seems like a lot of like IWM shit had a lot of volume. Maybe, I don't know, the Russell reconstitution that occurred? On Friday? Crazy thought, I know, but maybe. I can pretend to be a hater, but I don't know if it will be convincing. Yeah, it's too late. I like it better when GME goes down and they come here to beg you for answers. Oh, you mean like when GME's under 20? We're almost there. It's almost like the only reason any of these stocks were going up is because the indexes were rocketing to the moon. Was GME added? Not as far as I'm aware. They've kept it in its shitty R1K index. Although it did qualify. Is it indexes or just those 7 stocks? Ah, six is one half dozen of the other. No, there is a delay. It's because I'm running too much shit in the background. I'd imagine it's annoying. Fucking indicators are eating up all my ooh. I think don't quote me on this, but I think SPX is about to go down hard. Ooh. Not there yet, right? Up first? Up first or just down hard? Hmm. Well, delay doesn't annoy me because I don't actually watch you. I just listen to the stream. I do this because I'm at work, but also because I just get lost in your eyes if I watched. Thank you so much, Tankerific. Can you please elaborate why you think down hard? Because of the things that make my audio delay. Feels like Nvidia and Tesla are oversold right now. I would say that they're still overbought and overvalued. Are we gonna hit the collar? Well, that's kind of the next stop on the way down to Pound Town. But the things that make my audio delay doesn't make XPX go down. What gives? I don't really know what the solution to it is. Sell a subscription to this invaluable data source. We have per second polling with microsecond resolution. It's just a chat thread on Pornhub with me and Ken Griffin. Sometimes Larry pops in. Don't tell them. Oh, sorry. You remember when sub 18 VIX was low? Yeah. Does Watkins send you Ko-Fis there too? Be quiet. I think he went away. I keep refreshing the stream, but it severely challenges my janky ass PC that IT's supposed to upgrade soon. The delay beats the total PC size up. PC sees up? Oh. Don't worry, Gen. I'm sure if they replace your computer, they'll find an equally awful replacement that they'll pack full of bloatware. You're gonna move up to like 2 cores? I've been to libraries before. I've seen what they do to you guys. The library by my house still has dot matrix printers. It's atrocious. I can trade CME yes no event contracts on E-Trade. Well, it was good knowing you, Sleep Token Value. We need to have counter viewpoints so this chat doesn't become stale. But what if they're just bad ones? You can have counter viewpoints without being a douche canoe? Apparently not. Walken is busy with the House Freedom Caucus. I can't wait for him to come riding back with his white robes on when the market crashes. Docs Report Edition. Dot Matrix printer library near house. I'm pretty sure every New York City public library still has a dot matrix printer. Do we think SPX down happening soon? Or has that window closed? Interesting. I guess it's over. Thanks for letting me know. Fuck, I guess I better close all my puts. Pack it up, boys. Let me buy some. Nope, no time. There's no time to buy calls first. That's it. Market's over. Everyone can go home now. No, I'm not leaving. Fair enough. Is this shaping up into one of those 200 BPS down days? It's shaping up pretty nicely into a 30 basis point down day. Maybe 35. I'm just fucking with you, Patty. No, I don't think the window's closed. I don't think we've even picked up downside momentum yet. We just crossed gamma neutral today, right? So and we're really not going to pick up volatility or momentum until we're below it. But yeah, I mean this point is very risky. At least it has been over the last 3 months because at this point we can start to see them leverage the upside and take advantage of that market maker headwind into gamma neutral, which they've done several times. So yeah, I will say that there is some risk at this level. Hopefully we continue to drop, because then we can actually build up some momentum to the downside, and that'd be cool. But I mean, it seemed pretty obvious last week that the downside here was going to be very structured, right? There's a shitload of risk on a big downside move on the chain, right? And so, a slow bleed down. We went into this last week with the importance of the various levels, right? 43.75, 43.50, gamma neutral, and we're seeing those slowly collapse, and that's gonna start DN for SPX 4280. We're still not below the JPM collar, which is concerning, especially as we move into its expiration at the end of this week and the end of the quarter. So we're not out of the woods yet. My Nvidia puts are up 84% today. Gain loss still at negative 99% total gain loss. You didn't hedge earnings, did you? God damn it. I'm trying to be patient, wait till after the collar roll. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's more conservative. If I was being super conservative, I probably wouldn't touch this shit until we broke delta neutral. The collar roll, though, yes. What will that look like? I think if we're within range of the collar, like if we're trading between 4330 and 4300, there's a pretty decent chance that the collar roll causes a bounce. I don't know how high it'll take us, but there's a good chance that moving into the expiration will cause the market maker to deleverage even more of the hedging that they're doing at that level, and yeah, that could provide some upside. So also it's end of quarter, so everybody and their mother will be trying to take advantage of the charm and trying to pump things, so they can boost their numbers for quarter two. After that, I'm not really sure. I mean, spot is about $200 higher right now, $300 higher now than it was the last time the collar rolled. So those long puts and the short puts are going to get a lot closer to our current trading range, and the calls are going to move further out. I think right now, like if from our current price, the roll puts the puts at like 4100 to 4150, somewhere in there, and then the sold calls would be like somewhere around like 4550. I did hedge Nvidia earnings and recovered everything. Oh, awesome. Just keeping the puts, why sell them for zero? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's basically where I was at with those. I've bought more puts since then. Largely paid for with my hedge from earnings. But yeah, you're correct. Why sell them at that point if you could get more in the future, especially if you had theta. It's good to know that some people hedged it. So you'd be sitting out the market until SPX gets back towards 4,200 ish, delta neutral. Delta neutral's at 4,280. But yeah, I'd be probably. I mean, at least neutral positioned until that point. I'm gonna add more puts if we break below delta neutral. Delta neutral's been rising also as longer dated call positioning closes out, right? Any zero DT calls coming in? Yeah, there's a little volume up to gamma neutral. I'm starting to think they're just selling calls at 4360 at this point. I sold a spread up there earlier today, but further out of the money. I sold 70.75s this morning. But yeah, it looks like there's some interest. It's still very much outweighted by the puts at the same strike though. So I don't think it's enough to move us up like hard unless there's a lot of capitulation. And even in that case, I think they would just capture a bounce and then also capitulate. The chances for bouncing in the range we're trading in are just really high. Like bouncing from this low to retest gamma neutral. Like the chances of this are always going to be really high because there's a good chance that shorter dated puts take profits here, right? And then even though the call gamma to the upside is outweighted by puts, it'll have, it'll capture the move there. They probably, since there's no call gamma really above that, like 4360 is kind of the peak. Since there's no call gamma above that, it probably wouldn't go much higher. Like it would fail. They would take profits and capitulate. But and then we wait to see if new short dated short positioning comes in. And but I think we're pretty range bound here unless we get a lot more volume into the end of the day or we get another sell off on futures. Is SPX about to dump code for we've bottomed? Well, I mean, it did dump, but then it bounced. I don't remember what time I said that. It was either, I think it was here, or maybe it was here. Yeah, actually, it still hasn't. It still hasn't. It still hasn't done its dump. Nope. Hmm. This little bounce right here looks like it's about to die, though. $12.41. So right here. It's still got time. I don't know how much. It's not quick, but it looks like over the course of the rest of the day, it's going to move lower. Right now. You did say don't quote me. I know. But I expected to be quoted. You mean right before it moved down $4? $5? It was right before it moved down $5. Nice try though. No, there's still a lot of time on it. The shorter move right here looks like it's peaked. The bigger move, like the more significant move down, like 15 BPS move, that's probably, I want to say like an hour out, maybe longer. Might be like hour and a half. This probably is just going to lead to more chop. I've been away for a while, just dropping by to say what's up. What's up, dumping to close? Weren't you here last week? And also verify that the critical margin line is still a rock solid piece of DD. Nope. Nope, it's still completely useless and arbitrary. No problem dumping to close. $10 BBS is also $5. Not quite. Lawrence of Arabia greater than dumping to close. Ooh, volume? Hold on. Oh. Seriously, fuck this 4380 level. What are the chances on SPX recovery? Bounce tomorrow. Lower than they were going into today. The fact that the dip buyers are still underwater is quite bearish. I can only buy 250 yes-no contracts at a time. There's a ton of great names in here. Sometimes the context makes it though tough. Hmm. You know, I like futures volume today. Hmm. And here we go. Okay, yeah, sure. But probably not like a huge drop just yet. I guess if it gets some volume, but it still seems too early for that. What's the upside of that? Hmm, a little momentum. I'm fucking hungry. Please say AMD is not done dropping. My puts are counting on it. I mean, it looks good so far. Nice entry opportunity this morning. Probably still want to see like 105 puts go in the money. The failure at 110's important because there was a lot of call buyers at 110. So they're getting buried right now. The Tesla was the same deal at 250, 250, 260. Wait, what? Can you zoom in a bit on SPX? I always imagined Girk's guaranteed market crash TM would have those in your face, red candles. Who's the cinematographer on this episode? I don't know. Fuck man, Tesla and Nvidia are getting hammered today. Ah, this is nice. NQ back at 14.9. Mm, fantastic. My dump senses are thinking a 6 cheese dual bean and burrito type of dump is coming. Uh, I really want it to. Macy's is having a nice day. Curiosity here. Have you already entered many positions on your Pickles Picks plays this week versus waiting for confirmation before more entries? I've entered some with shorter dated positions. Tesla, I got my confirmation, so I entered the longer term puts. AMD, I got some shorter dated shit. Let me think. BTU, I sold at market open. ZOM, I haven't entered ZOM yet. And I entered my Netflix position at market open. So sometimes I'm pretty quick about it. Last night staying under 4,400 was really good confirmation. So I didn't mind so much taking on a little extra risk. I would say usually though that there's some things that I hold off on quite a bit. It's good to ask. I mean, you can always ask me. I'm usually pretty transparent about my positioning. We've tried zooming in for MOASS and it never worked. Maybe we're reading the prophecy upside down. Zoom in for market crash is the way. There we go. But yeah, I mean, pacing can change depending on what it's doing. I do feel like too many people try to like just YOLO into it at market open, and that's a bad idea, right? What about Lumen? I still haven't had a lot of opportunity to look into them, but I'm not particularly worried about getting an entry right now. I made 1.8 million in paper gains from Pickles Picks. Will you ever release picks we can play in the real market? My house has been foreclosed and they took my dog. I could use some cash. No, sorry. It's an educational opportunity. Gork, yes, S&P could catch up to NQ. That would be great. Well, it's getting a little bit of headwinds from oil. Oil's doing okay today. Remember that S&P has a little more weighting in energy. Yeah, NQ has been leading. I checked Pickles Picks at 3 a.m. thinking he's got to be done, right? Now I'm looking back and I see you snuck some more in while my eyes were closed. Next time, can you DM me? No problem. I would just want to update you on my approach to Netflix this week. I'm down $2 million. It seems like you've chosen wisely. Think we could get some more Fubo volume? Probably not. When will the baby bulls feel the real pain like my cubs have for the past month? I don't know, but NQ under 14.9 seems pretty significant. The next downside resistance is like $700 away. Why did you sell? I didn't sell BTU. I sold CSPs on BTU this morning. I didn't sell BTU. Why the fuck would I sell BTU? It's like That's like $2 above my cost basis right now. Hey Girk, I'm out of rehab. Will you please return my house and my wife to me? Thanks. No, I live here now. Sorry. You knew the deal when you started buying zero DTEs. I've been playing the market in World of Warcraft during the chop the last 2 weeks. I just hit the gold cap and can't earn more unless I make a new character. Sounds like a dumb game. Yeah, Zom? Yeah, I'm referring to ExxonMobil, not Zomedica. Are my puts doomed? I don't know. I don't know what puts you have. CSPs on the drop to 2050? I don't. I think I sold them around like 20. There it was like 2065. But I sold them in the money. I sold 21, 22, and $23 CSPs. I realized $71 today, and my profit today is negative 66. As a reminder of not setting stops, it stares me in the face as I wait to enter another position. Oh boy. You don't think Fubo's Welsh Wednesdays are gonna pump the stock? They're what now? This is boring. I'm gonna get food. I'll be right back. Let's try this again, only keep going down. Well, the problem you're running into is that every time we get lower, the puts are capitulating, right? The short dated ones. And that's driving us up into the like at the money call interest. Which then isn't really realizing any volume here, so it's also capitulating. Which, you know, then we fall back down. But so we're stuck here forever. This is a pretty eventful week. I wouldn't be too surprised at some neutral positioning. J-Pow's doing his first public speech since when tomorrow? Jesus, like before the bank failures, right? Still accumulating Oxy under 59. I made my final purchase at 56.50 last week. I'm not adding any more to the position now. Two-year auction came in at 467 BPS. Huh. Interesting. That's the note, you know that, right? But I'm showing 370 BPS. Oh, okay. It came in at 4. I see. Never mind. I see what you're saying. It came in at 4.67, up 370. I see NQ slipped 14.9. The next major support is at I believe it's like 14,225. 14,260, sorry. We'll see if 14.5 is a more significant support this time around. I guess 14,750. Those are the psychological levels. I'm back. I was visiting Chat's mom. Will NQ drop like Chat's mom end of day? I don't even know if it can drop that hot. What do you got for lunch? I have some health food store knockoff Doritos, some olives, a cheddar and Gruyere grilled cheese. That's about it. A mandarin orange. Is there historical reasoning for the different treasury debt names like bond, note, bill? Why not just call them all bonds with a date on them? I mean, it really just differentiates maturity. They can all be sold in the secondary market, except for savings bonds. But bonds are 20, 30 years. Notes are 10, 2 to 10. And bills are 4 weeks to a year. Right? Yeah. Payment structure is different on them, I guess. Have you been eyeing any Fubo or Dole-like plays recently? I've been buying more BTU. I just bought some Oxy. I picked up some Schwab around like 53 last week. I think I got a little bit below 53, but not much. I sold all my tech shit 2 days before the top. I guess I could have timed it better, but I'm okay with it. I'm really glad to hear about the Oxy, bro. A week clean is nothing to scoff at. Do you need a sponsor? Wrong kind of Oxy. Although, I did get oxycodone after I had my knee surgery. And I had to stop taking it because it first made me vomit and then shit myself. It's like 3 days of vomiting, followed by 3 days of shitting yourself. I don't get it. I don't get the allure. Maybe because I only took the recommended dose. I didn't hear anyone ask. Well, sometimes you have to answer the questions that no one asks, Peter. Otherwise, how else would they know? Vomiting is a side effect of a hyper rapid metabolizer of opiates. I don't know. Like, I'm a hyper rapid metabolizer of opiates? I like how Costco's like, oh, you like Ritz? Prove it. You stole that. Any degens in here microdosed before? Looking into it for injury recovery. Dork, popcorn trader, probably need to. Um, Lemon juice, definitely. He's also a big fan of macro dosing. What did you do to your knee? You ripped it in half? I did steal it. I know. No, not trading. Just doing stupid shit. When's Spy dying? Slowly. That's how he got kicked out of TGI Fridays? No, it's not. Breakdance betting? No. It was just an accident. No, it wasn't doing ballet. It was really bad though. I tore my I tore my meniscus like right off the bone. I broke the end off my femur and severed my lateral collateral ligament and my patella tendon. Was it that car accident? No, actually. I got like one stitch out of that car accident. That wasn't surprisingly not that bad. I've gotten two ACL tears and a bucket handle tear on my meniscus. That sounds way worse. It was shitty. The one on the lateral side of the knee, the inside. Take I the IT band, right? I think my ACL was partially torn as well. That was the last time Girk tried to tail grind on El Toro. No, but my like foot was on backwards for a second. Nice, Malonzo. No, I wasn't playing soccer. MCL sounds like. Are you trying to correct me on the tendon? It's the LCL. It connects from like the top of the fibula. No, I was doing sparring in Muay Thai with my instructor, and the mat, like the rubber mat that they have like pinned to the corners of the octagon, was loose. Like a couple of the clips had come off. And so when I turned to kick, the mat bunched up around my foot. So my foot stayed like this, and then my knee went whoop. There wasn't any blood. FTX reckons they've recovered $7 billion in liquid assets. Bullish. What are they going to invest it in next? Is that Sam Bankman-Fried's get out of jail card? Get all the rich people their money back? I heard you were doing Muay Thai to defend your date from Popcorn Trader. No. I was doing Muay Thai because I was a douchebag. Still am, but not as big a one. No, I didn't sue them. Yeah, they covered like the surgery and stuff. Or their insurance did. Well, most of it. What's going on with your buddy who lost his grandma's house to you? I know he made a bunch of money shorting nat gas, and then I'm not sure what he's been doing for like the last 3 months. Your douchebag like Gordon Ramsay's a douchebag. It only comes out when somebody professes proficiency in a subject, but turns out to be an ignoramus, which you have zero patience for. Fair. But you're totally pleasant when a humble noob is excited about making 20 bucks on some spy calls. That's cool when that happens. Although it's usually losing 20 bucks. Does your mom think you're a genius? I don't know. Probably not. She's seen me do a lot of stupid shit. If I could lose only $20 on spy calls, that would be a win. They sell them for 5 cents. You can. You can win all day. It's 20 bucks of tax write-offs. They should be thankful. Well, I mean, $20 of tax write-offs is only something to be thankful for if you make enough money to write something off. Is your mom the horse or human parent? First off, I'm pretty sure that's not how centaurs work. Second, I'm not a centaur. I'm a human boy. More melt up or cliff diving? How would you feel about more or nothing? Indifferent? Okay. I don't have a mechanical knee. They put my knee back together. Did someone just call this a melt up? They're still getting the bullishness out of their system. Think ES tomorrow channels in the 4370 range instead. That'd be cool. I'd almost rather we stay just above the collar into the roll. Actually, no, that's not true. Just below it. Because then I can buy calls. Better than pumpies, but not as good as dumpies. It's down. ES is down even more than that. Collar's at 43.20. Watch out, Girk. We're melting up. Oh no. How does Dixie down, S&P down, yields largely flat make you feel? You know what? I'm going to be honest. It makes me feel like bulls are holding on to some copium that J-Pow's going to bail them out this week. Any of you people know anything about the Mexi exchange? And if they have solvency issues? No, I don't. Can you blame them? I guess not. Hmm. He might. He's gonna reverse his rhetoric from the last 2 weeks just this week. You know what? Honestly, I wouldn't be fucking surprised. Every time J-Pow gets out from under like his public governmental role speaking obligations, he always says super bullish shit for no reason. That's not true. Remember the last interview he did at that fucking economics club? He's an optimist. He's an asshole. Although to be fair, when he said all that bullish shit, I had calls, so I was very happy. But yeah, the one where he said disinflation 5,000 times, that was fun. The disinflation campaign, that seemed like a game show scene from a movie. Even then, he was trying to pump the bank assets so they wouldn't fail. How would you feel about J-Pow's actions if, in hindsight, you knew that he knew since November of last year that regional banks were going to start failing? If he knew that I knew that he knew I had too many puts, he would do the exact same thing over again. It's like '08, but without Burry. See, I waited until Burry said sell. And then buy again. And then I was like, okay, now I'm bearish. It wasn't until Burry got out of his Tesla short that I made money on mine. You should start saying scientifically backed to explain it like Midwest meteorologists trying to tell people about a tornado forming. Is that fruit punch Kool-Aid? No. Break down already, you fucker. I found the pour. The best part about the Midwest is they have tornado sirens to warn you of the giant spinning death in the air that even Helen Keller could see. Tornadoes make a weird noises. I haven't gotten silent on my private life. What do you think? I'm cutting back on my private life expenditures in order to pump the market? What are you inferring here, Lawrence? Are you accusing me of shorting oil? As far as the investors in the market, what would you say is the percent makeup of participants? I'm wondering who actually has influence on price action and how little retail affects the market. Retail is probably responsible for like what? Didn't Citadel release the numbers on this? Like 2 to 3% of order flow. Then you have like leveraged funds, asset managers. Dealers are responsible for a lot more order flow, but they have less impact on the actual market pricing. Are you shorting oil? No. Not today. Good thing we're DRSing all our order flow. We'll show the big boys. I'm not. I actually walked down to CBOE with my options orders, and I just put them on the community board with a pin. They have like a cork board in the lobby. Bop, and then you just wait for it to fill. Come back after a couple days, see if someone grabbed them. No way, those were yours? Yeah. So leverage funds using market makers probably drive most of the price action we see. I would say like a good part of it. On indexes, you have a lot of trading, like institutional trading. Because, well, frankly, it's generally too expensive for retail. Although retail trades a lot of indexes too. It's nowhere near what you see out of like CTAs. I think NDX is about to rip, but I've been wrong multiple times today. Noted. Mm. I mean, if it moves back above 14,930, you're just forming a bear flag, right? Volume's still dropping off, so I wouldn't say that this is a breakout. You might not be wrong though. I think SPX is about to rip down. Mm, not just yet. I hope before the end of the day. It still kind of looks like it's like like a long way from falling off. It might have been closer before. Well, I guess it did fall off a little there. It's kind of just the same thing. Mm. Hmm. SPX and VIX correlation starting to fall off a little bit today. Tesla's just been flat. I mean, not it dropped hard earlier. Tesla's literally just sitting on my resistance and my price target. I should probably put a stop on these. but there's so much potential. This is gamma neutral. My price target on Tesla for the puts I have right now is 243.83, which it hit earlier, but I have a lot of theta on them still, and they're in the money. And I still have like in the money bear put spreads or bear call spreads. So I don't know if I want to drop the puts just yet. I closed my calls earlier today that I was hedging with, but if I leave the puts open and we drop and Tesla drops below 235, which is my lowest sold leg, I'll make a lot of money. And I like that. So I'm feeling a little greedy. I should probably stop myself. I have NDX P14900. So I am also heavily biased. Oh, okay, I see. When I put stops on 75, I'm probably gonna scale out of it. I'm not gonna scale out of 75% of the position, but maybe 50% of it. Hmm. Is there much of a chance of getting HBM below 450? Copper's been heating up a little bit. So maybe not. There haven't been very many opportunities to get it that low anyway. At least not recently. I mean, it's not impossible. But yeah, copper's been kind of needling its way up. So, and even though China's reopening is slow to come to fruition, it's still happening. And so demand on already kind of low copper reserves is probably going to increase, and that should push up spot. And yeah, that's obviously when I'd be looking for an exit on that when spot copper moves. Do you think we see any bounce tomorrow? I mean, the fact that we didn't get a bounce today means that one tomorrow is even less likely. But we have other factors tomorrow to consider besides just positioning, right? We have we have uh we have housing data coming in, we have durables. There's something else coming in tomorrow too that was important. I can't remember. Can we get a gnarly, nasty, huge dump for power hour? Positionally, yeah, it's possible. We could see like 43.25. So it's not impossible, but we need volume, and that currently doesn't exist. Any SPX options positions coming in? Like a slow trickle at 43, 35, and 30. 25, a little bit too. Not so much below that. Kind of falls off. Probably seeing a lot of puts sold today at the collar at like 43.20. Yeah, if NDX has like a big like 100 BPS day, it usually starts to pick up a little better liquidity. And liquidity's really been getting better since like the beginning of the pump, right? On NDX. You mentioned Citadel report outlining order flow. Do you remember off the top of your head where I could find it? No, it was like a research report presented as part of comments on either a DTCC or an SEC ruling. Fuck, it's old. Some I don't remember where it was. It was like something I saw back in the GME days. You'll have to find it. If we all scream loud enough, maybe that will be enough volume. Maybe. But if you start screaming in the bathroom while you're doing your manscaping on the clock, it's going to draw attention. The zero DT call buying has been dead for several days now. With the exception of last Thursday, there's basically been none. I kind of wrote about why I think that's the case last night. I think as potential for like one sigma moves increases, the willingness of participants to take risk on selling zero DT options is going to decline. Sounds good. I'll dig. Yeah, let me know if you find it. Does that suggest our end of day big end of day pumps, big V's done? Well, if the end of day pumps are on the capitulation of sold positions, then yeah, for now. Shh, they'll hear you. How much longer do I have on that prediction I made? Been away all day. What's with the market today? And suspect it's going to persist. I mean, it seems like it's going to persist. We tried to claw back the bullish positioning this morning, and it failed. If you're not taper fading, you're not manscaping correctly. Wow, that could really add definition. Smart. Someone make note of that. I still think we dump hard off this level because none of the zero DT calls are getting any traction, and the zero DT puts just keep accumulating. And just based on like position size, I would say that the calls capitulate here before the puts do. I guess everyone could sell off at the same time and we just end the day at like 38 or 40, 43, 40, but the upward momentum on ES is even worse than SPX. There's been like no fucking long side volume at all today. Ever since we failed 4,400 again, it's just like given up. Can we get a zero DTE pimento? The 30-minute 1 hour also tell a pretty telling story. Yeah. Yeah, the longer time frames don't look very bullish. He isn't gonna get to 46, 66, 50 like this, that's for sure. No, no, it's not. Odorous stand. Hey Dad, I've been working since 1 a.m. Why am I like this? Better question. Why didn't you put my face on the Naughty Nunu and feature me in the Teletubbies card? Kiss the collar, gap down overnight. I still think the lower range of a drop here is like 43.25. We could gap over the collar overnight. But I think under the collar presents more of a risk of a bounce back to 43.75 than above it. Luckily, we have literally all the time in the world for my bullish forecast to eventually come true. How do you feel about 2025? I don't think JPM gives a shit, Bruce. I'm gonna be really clear about JPM's management of their collar. They don't care. No matter what happens, they make money. I enter the rest of my put positions 4-1, puts a call. Let's hope my call dies. Oh yeah. Also, stop over hedging, guys. I know a lot of you are new to the practice, but you don't need to buy 4 calls for every 4 puts. You're not a fucking market maker. I keep seeing people doing that, and it's stressing me out. I made you the sun? Did you want to be the vacuum? I didn't notice that I was the sun. Never mind. I retract my previous statement. I've called my local Chase Bank over 30 times and can confirm they don't give a fuck. Also, they said collared shirts are not required. Hmm. That's just what they want you to believe. If they always make money, can I just do what they do? No. Probably not. You could just buy their hedged equity fund, park your money in it, and then you'll always make money too. They fixed the market. Today's volatility is finally over. Nah. Are we likely to gap down overnight? Who the fuck knows? When one earbud is failing, so I have the volume up, and occasionally it works, and suddenly you're shouting, yelling into my right ear out of nowhere. Is the JPM hedged equity fund available to the public? I think so. I mean, it only returns like 5% a year. I think sometimes they do like a special dividend, but I'm not sure how much that is. Jeppy is not the color. I think it's like J Quacks or something. It's like yeah, Jeppy's the like well, it's not a covered call ETF. They sell oh, what the fuck are those called? It's like a covered call, but it's a different derivative. I can't remember the name of it. I had a nap. Nothing has happened. What are they called? God damn it. It's equity something. Like Yellens, I think they're called. I might be wrong. Any update on the sold puts position? What about them? They're still there. I mean, the idea is that they expire out of the money, right? Correction, they vixed the market. I don't know. They got a little momentum there, but it still looks shitty. What's that, McConnerberry? Who the fuck are these paper hands capitulating on puts? People with like 4360 and 4375 puts that expire in the next couple days. Did the sold puts above the current price mostly sell off? For the most part, I do think there's some 4350s still hanging around. Zero DTs today have been hard as fuck. Yeah, you probably shouldn't be playing them with this much chop. The market's like way too range bound for them right now. Tomorrow's T+2 from Friday's dump. Will that do anything or nah? Probably not. Friday didn't dump that hard. I've been staying away from them, but if this breaks down, I'll buy some puts. They push too hard on this for it. If it fails, they're fucked. This actually just looks like put capitulation. I don't see like big volume picking up on the call side. But it does look like the like 3440 through 3450 puts, the zero DTs closed. This is their chance if they want to do it. Yeah, absolutely. Hmm. Bear flag? What for NQ? Not quite close. Well, I guess it tested. Hmm. Dixie's sliding more here. Hmm. They still have a chance to pump it. It's tough because you want to play the bounce, but we're still a long way from gamma neutral. Yeah. It's also hard to cross over to positive gamma, right? Because the market maker starts selling into the rising price right when you get over the kind of the threshold there. It usually takes quite a bit of volume to move the price up through gamma neutral. It's nice on the short side though, because it offers like a little bit of protection for a change. Who's the song guy? We need a song for when someone's position gets fucked. I think a remix of Two to Make It Right. There's a lot of song guys. Yeah. All right, the momentum shit the bed, so let's see if they can grind it up now. We need a gamma neutral character. Like this is why I bought circus insurance. He's the gamma elf. When Apple starts calling its next Apple Watch Ultra, you know it's hard times. Not for the people buying it. Okay, so puts closed. We pumped. No one bought any calls. Now what? Trade flat into close? When they start releasing S Sirius, you know we're in a recession. Those are the cheapos. Oh yeah, is that the cheap model? Like the plastic iPhone? Uh, I wonder if they'll make them fun, vibrant colors because the poors love fun and vibrant colors, right? They already made the 14 fun and vibrant colors. What are you an Apple spokesman? Does that mean the LGBT flag is a poor flag? All flags are poor flags. They're for the people. And majority of people are poor. They can sell cheap iPhones in India. What's the rich flag? There isn't one. Pirates? I'm not poor. My dad leases an Audi. Family crests. They're doing the thing where they try to grind it up and then they suck at that too. I hate this market, dork. It moves from one place where I don't want to buy options to another place where I don't want to buy options. The rich flag is the Virgin Islands flag. I thought you couldn't go to the Virgin Islands till after you died. Sounds like you should buy options. Well, I own a lot of them already, but I don't want to. What do I buy here? I mean, like I should buy a put. but not today's put, right? Zero DT put's bad. And then I don't want to carry a 1 DT overnight. So that's like, I gotta buy like a 7 DT put, and I'm gonna straddle anyway, so fuck it. Straddle 43.45 with zero DTs? Turns out Christopher Columbus released pigs on one of the Caribbean islands. And now you can visit that island and literally swim with the pigs. You want to go swimming with feral hogs? Why would you want to swim with pigs? Are disgusting. They are not a clean animal. Why are we talking straddles in the middle of an uptrend with an hour left? NW, I'm sorry, your call is dead. It is. 3440 put? I don't like any of the options I have here. 4340. I just got a new internet plan. Is this thing on? You know, that's not the best way to check your internet connection. If JPEG wants to come out and be all Jackson Hole tomorrow, that would be cool. Yeah, that'd be pretty sweet. Hey, we're doing a lot more on no vol on like, well, we're doing a lot less on more volume now. So that's pretty awesome, right? All right, so 4340 gamma, 4345 pick back up, 4335 is getting a lot more volume. So it's 4330. Bearish. Cool. All right, fuck it. I'm in. My fictional novels have all sorts of wild stuff in them about pigs too. Huh. Yeah, but couldn't you see and hear me before you asked testing in the chat? What do I think about what? I just bought 4340 puts. If I want to straddle QQQ overnight, but the chain is skewed to the call side, so calls are more money. Being delta neutral would be $1.50 above the current price for July 14th. Should I buy it at or above? Add the money or above to be delta neutral. You could change the date, like your expiration on the call side, to bring it in line with the put side. The CBOE have a contract on the over-under of a radiation event in Ukraine sparking World War III after those senators introduced those articles. I don't know. Oh, I didn't look at what my fill was. I think it was around like 190 something. How did your straddle management go today? I took a little bit of a hit on the profitability of the call side, but I intended to. So I didn't sell on the first test of 4360 this morning. I sold on the confirmed breakdown at 4354. So yeah, the call side, I mean, better than even, but not great, right? The put side did well though. I managed to get out of the put side pretty low, around like 4340. So not a huge win for a day, but not terrible. It's not like they were last week where, the fucking market opens up 120 BPS and then, crashes into the mid-morning. Power hour, that's correct, John. But I think it was like a 17% return, which isn't terrible. It's pretty good, actually. The longer dated I go on the QQQ chain, the worse the skew becomes. I need to go 7 to 10 Well, no. I mean, like, if it's skewed, right, you can buy the longer dated put and the shorter dated call at the money, right? Like find the call that's in line with the put that you were gonna buy, right? And then, you know, if the discount's big enough, you could get like one extra call or whatever in order to hedge up the delta. I've just been spending less on the call side because there's just not a ton of upside room, and a lot of the like long call positioning has been selling off. So I've been generally, as we approach where I consider like the top and bottom of our range to be, I'll start like, you know, around this point, uh like I'll start to scale, you know, the position so that the like on the upside I'll buy the puts with more theta and the calls with less. And on the downside I'll buy the calls with more theta and the puts with less, right? Even as we approach major resistances, even if it isn't like the absolute top or bottom of our range. And then, because that way I can leave like the losing legs floating till the price turns around. But like in that mid range, that's where I'm, you know, pretty even. Profitability in this range goes down. So this is like less profitable. And then the upper and lower ranges are more profitable. Because, you know, up here you have more like realized volatility. Down here you have more implied volatility. If not below the collar by end of day tomorrow, will that push us above 4,400? No, no. If we're above the collar going into its expiry, it's really just not going to do anything at all. Do you have a version of the Power Hour song that uses footage from Elon's test rocket exploding for when we want the downs? I don't. Huh. I'm sad I sold my meta puts before it dumped. I could have had 80% gains. Why? Was there a point today that looked really bullish? No, that's a bit odd, C-Mill. And I guess Vega increase. So, yeah, it's not a big enough change for it to be. So it's only like 11 to 13. Yeah, that's not very significant. If it was more than that, that would be very odd though. I sold at my first target zone around 12. Okay. Do you keep your finger on the pulse of old plays to see if they have more in them? Rarely. Sometimes I do, but pretty rarely. I usually forget about them. Sometimes I forget about current plays. Probably not healthy, but well, Ivy, like look at the forward curve for volatility, right? It's it's really not that weird. Look at VIX term structure. If anything, I would say it's probably a little underpriced, but well, Nvidia is trying to hold 410. I don't know. This bounce isn't all that impressive yet. Still just a bear flag, right? And worse yet, it's a bear flag brought on by put capitulation, not call buying, right? So it's not like nobody's like pumping to push prices up. It's just right now, at least, it's just put capitulation. And on Nvidia, I'm not even sure it's not just put capitulation on the broader index. I don't really think anything's moving around on the. Not a lot's moving around on the underlying. According to Dork's revised TA chart, bear flags break up. Well, that was because those bear flags were formed on the back of like reversal buying, right? These are being formed on the back of capitulation and repositioning. So there's a big difference between, price action that drops and then dip buyers come in and rocket it back up and drops and then profit taking occurs and repositioning occurs down here, right? I'd much rather predict a big drop than big flat. There's a rumor going around that you don't believe in MOASS. Fuck off. Oh, I drank all my tea. MOASS never stopped believing in you, Gherk. I wish it would. If I went the rest of my life without ever hearing the word MOASS again, I would die happy. We can have MOASS if we drop enough. Maybe the real MOASS is GME from 50 cents to $18 post market crash. Ooh. I'm playing around in a speculative port that I blew up months ago. That's only at 1.6k. It's so difficult dealing with this little money in an account strategically. No, it's not. You have margin on it? Yeah, I do. Even better. Oh, this fucking fail already. This says this is gonna fail in like 2 minutes. Start failing in 2 minutes? Yeah. The market already did its exciting things today. How much more do you want? I have a small WeBull account that I full ported NVIDIA puts before May earnings. I've not looked at it since that day. Nice. You just throw it out. I want the pumpers and put sellers to be scared to sleep at night. That'd be cool. They won't be, but that'd be cool. Everything stopped moving. All right, well, there's the signal. Putin froze the market? I guess. Like Putin's speech is as important as JPOW now or something? All right, I'm not buying any more fucking puts. That's it. Gross, Subway Cup. I don't know what's worse, that you know that's happening, or that you talked about it. We need to get sufficiently under the collar by midweek. If we do get below, then yes, there's a chance for larger downside moves. Twitter only tells you the things you want to know. I've been waiting since 108 for this fucking momentum to reverse. Give it up, motherfuckers. You know what VIX reminds me of? The crush before GME OPEX recoveries. Yeah, a little bit. There's some similarities. See you later, NW. I literally almost commented that if it wasn't for Twitter, no one would have ever bought AMC. That might be true. Two incomes are better than one, so make sure your wife has two jobs. FYI. Ooh, smart. You know what sounds really fun? Being like a stay at home dad with like a rich wife. Like, you just get to stay home all day and play. Have you spent much time with kids? Because it's not fun. Well, just don't do a good job at the dad part. Grown ups are overrated. Bull penis on the 1 minute. No. Well, there's a 66.67% chance that it breaks down here over some undeclared number of minutes. I didn't make that up. That's actually the probability. It's not great. But I only needed to go down $3. If she's rich, you get a nanny. Is that like a... If you're a stay-at-home dad and you have a nanny or au pair, is it... That's never gonna happen. You could be a stay-at-home dad. Invite your rich hot neighbor over tonight for some wine and your famous big sausage pizza. No, I'll pass. Oh, hey, look, it's doing the thing. Hey, I paid for this. You know what's really fun in the financial markets? When you pay for something and then it happens. You feel validated, like a stock god. I just want it to go below 43.40. I don't give a shit what happens after that. If I could just retest neutral, that's fine. Just don't make me cut my fucking puts here at 5% profitability. It was 8 minutes late. No, it arrived precisely when it meant to. Is that thing you pay for on a delay? No. And I don't pay for it. It's just stuff me and Dork get up to when we touch tips. You know, nothing weird. It's like the validation you get when you pay for parking, but it's refunded by the business. I believe that's referred to as docking. No, we don't fuck with boats. What's a Quantatubby? Don't worry about it. My profit is $3.89. You obviously front ran me. I hate everything about this. More downs? Yeah, but like just really, really fucking slow, right? Slow, shitty garbage. This is the problem with buying the zero DCEs, is like we might not get enough momentum into the end of the day for them to like move hard. Yeah, no problem, Templa. Happy to help. Quantatubby sounds like something that would get me a visit from Homeland Security. No. They're just like they're like little gnomes in suits, felt suits, and they do math. And they hang out in meadows all day and eat yogurt. Pink yogurt. OI on July 7/14 blows. I sold them for 630. And then if they're still in the money at the end of this week, I'm going to roll them out. Pick up more credit. I'm just going to keep doing that until the price goes up. Because I really don't want to own any more of it. That's my face on the sun, not Gabe. I don't look anything like Gabe Plotkin. That's disgusting, Milkman. It's a children's show. What the fuck is wrong with you? Jay Bull or Jay Bear? Jay Bear or Jay Bull tomorrow? Just Jay Pow. So I'm trying to put him in a box. Gabe Newell. Oh man, I really need to hit the treadmill if that's the case. JPOW is not speaking tomorrow. I know, but just like let people believe it. I'll give him something to look forward to. Did someone jinx JPOW? No. I don't think so. Chat furiously buying puts for a speech that doesn't happen. Be the zero DTE that you want to see in the market. There's just like not enough time left for this to fail, right? This is my curse. I'm straddled at 43.40 already, but yep, thank you. 30 minutes to market close. Straddle reminder. You know, there have been a few days where I legitimately would have forgotten if you hadn't reminded me. So probably don't stop doing that, even though I'm mocking you. No way, no how, no pow. Can we get pumpies on Wednesday with Powell opening his mouth? Maybe. He says some stupid contradictory shit when he does like private speech. Like he gets all worked up on the prostitutes and the cocaine and the speaking fees And, you know, he's feeling bullish going into the interview, right? I do it because I forget as well. So as long as I don't forget and I'm not on a jobby call, I'll bug you. Awesome. Banks are resilient. Yeah, we've heard that. GDP, unemployment, Thursday. When does you mocking someone here ever stop them from doing the thing you mocked them for? Literally never. Do you see more downside with Upstart this week? What did Upstart do today? Bounced and then dipped and then bounced again. It looks like it's still just chopping around the sold calls and puts at 30. If it's gonna move down, it's gonna require like QQQ to fall off, probably for a sustained period of time. The market's way too choppy and its beta's way too high still. But buying puts at 30, like weekly puts at 30, tends to be pretty fun. Well, 31. I didn't do it today, but I've been doing that for like a week now. At least I have Tesla puts. Nice. What a piece of shit breakdown. Yeah, yeah, it was. It can break down more. Like, this can continue after we fucking do nothing for another 15 minutes. Well, 10 minutes. Do you see more downside with Upstart this week? Okay. What a piece of shit breakdown. I wish I could go back 3 months and tell myself to not watch the market for a while. At least it's still breaking down, right? It's only gonna gain momentum if it keeps doing this every day. I really want to short Carvana. Okay. I think I sold bear spreads on it last week. And bought puts. What did I do last week with Carvana? I did. Yeah. That worked out. Imagine being bullish on a business that's built on the back of a giant portfolio of depreciating assets. With no buyers. Come to Carvana and buy a 2012 Camry with 150,000 miles on it and no prior oil changes for the same price as a new Toyota Camry. 19% interest a month. That's not annualized. It's month. Each month. What's the best strategy if I believe the market will crash? Buy like super far out of the money, like 2 year leaps, like 2500s for Jan 2025. How much does it cost to renew your plates? If you had to choose between August 4190p or July 4270p, what would you consider before making up your mind? Hmm. Like the 270 has a better chance of going in the money, but they're both below delta neutral, so additional theta is more advantageous. Hmm. That's tough. 190, 270. I guess I would probably go with more theta, right? Because you have a much longer window of decay before it really starts to matter on the August position. And you also get probably equivalent Vega. So either way, you benefit from VIX going up, but you have a longer period of time to benefit from that on the August put. Carvana is worse than Hertz and Avis. Have you ever looked at the balance sheet for Avis and or Hertz? The negative equity is insane. Yeah, but they also rent out their cars at a massive premium versus trying to compete with people on Craigslist. It's not that they're expensive. It's like it never scrape together savings that last. Oh, because of the gambling. Sorry to hear that. Yeah. Thoughts on finger motion? Do you want to short it or do you want to chase after it's up 200%? What a fucking weird day on SPX, man. I hate this. Oh, you fucking absolute piece of shit. Are you paying too much in taxes? Like, well, no. So something a lot of lower income people do that I know it noticed when I had lower income um was that they like gave the government their money to hold for them, but it wasn't money they owed the government. Like the government's like your escrow buddy or something. I filled out my W-4 correctly, or W-2 or whatever it's called. Okay, but hear me out. Right. So you can have I mean, at least whenever I've had a job, I've never had any withholdings. Unless I was paying like quarterly. But if you just keep your money instead of letting the IRS hold it for you, you can invest that money, collect a risk-free return. Then at the end of the year, give the IRS the money. Well, they're part of it. What kind of investment is risk-free? U.S. Treasuries? Yeah, I have to pay quarterly taxes. I can't do that. I could do like 4-week treasuries, but if you keep all of your money and then pay the IRS at the end of the year, they charge you interest. No, they don't. That's if you don't pay the IRS on time at the end of the year. It's called a bonus, Gork, and the government gives them out every year. It's not our fault you don't know the tax code. I really don't. I noticed no daily. I'm still doing them occasionally. I've been really busy managing SPX spreads in the morning, and the SPX has been a liquid as fuck. So I have to like micromanage them to get them closed out. Yes, I know. My 34th, my 4340s are in the money. It's super awesome and cool. So it's either I micromanage my spreads and get out of them with a profit, or I write you a daily DD. And lately, since I've been selling a lot more spreads on SPX, that's been taking precedence. I was also up till 4 in the morning writing fucking DD. And I did the whole SPX write up this morning. GameStop, I could give a fuck less about, and I'm still waiting for Upstart to break down. I sold my two 4340p for 10% profit at 4340 just before we dropped $5 just for you. Thanks, man. I wish it'd broken down a little faster. That took an insufferably long period of time. But winning. My calls are now $7 in the money. Ooh, stops. Puts. Whatever they are. Gork. My 0 GT 4330Ps are gonna go in the money. Oh, you're a greedy fuck. See, this is the other problem. I'm like, oh, I think this is gonna drop a little bit into close, right? And then I'm like, I'm gonna buy an at the money put. And then one of you fuckers buys like a $20 out of the money put, and you're like, why didn't it go down, man? You fucking piece of shit YouTuber. I'm sitting here on these dead fucking puts you made me buy. I just made 300% on a 0 GT put. Granted, small position, but thanks. You got it, man. Congratulations. Gork, I was guaranteed a market crash into close. I'm leveraged to the tits, dork. I can't do anymore. This was it. This is all I had in me. What SQQ calls are you holding? Oh, you don't want to know. You really don't want to know. And I'm stopped out. That was cool. Chasing the wind. I just bought a 4325 0 DTE. Am I doing this right? You better fucking hope so. I really don't listen well enough to blame you for much of anything. I appreciate that, Jen. Gork, which SQQQ call? Oh, there's a lot of them. I've been buying them pretty much non-stop since since the Wednesday before last. I have 20, I have 22, I have 25, I have 27, 50 or whatever. 27. 27 or 27. I can't remember which strike I have for that one. I have 30s. And then on SPXX, I have 15, 16, 17s, 18s, 19s, and 20s. And between both leveraged ETFs, I have something like 5,000 contracts. Roughly, give or take. Tell us, Girk, tomorrow, end of day, Tuesday, above or below 43.33.33. Best guess below. That's too much. I know. You should see how many NVIDIA puts I have. It sounds like you think the market's going to go down. It feels like 2020 all over again, except this time I have money. Cheers, mate. I hope they print. Some have. Some are deeply underwater. I haven't been playing the event contracts yet. I still have to figure out how to get access to them. Does the leverage affect it that much? It's 3x. Do you see NVIDIA at 200? Oh, I think it'll take a lot to get back to 200, but I think it should be worth less than that. So I don't think that price is out of the realm of reason. The VIX isn't broken. It's just, there's not a lot of interest in protecting risk right now. Worth less or worth less? Good question. I think the NVIDIA puts I bought at 265 and 300 are still redder than Rudolph the Red-Nosed Johnson reindeer. That sentence took me a lot of places really fast. Could you try? Never mind. I'm willing to buy NVIDIA's float for $200, no more. Seems like a good deal. In a crash scenario, is it better to have deep out of the money SPY puts or NVIDIA puts? Well, it seems like NVIDIA is safer put, but liquidity is an issue. Yeah. I mean, you're also probably not going to have as much Vega sensitivity as you would have on like SPX, but I don't know that at this point SPX is so over bloated that it's possible that both of them fail equally hard in the event something like that were to happen. Hey Gurk, SPX at 35 BPS down. Yep. Evil Elote. I'll pay 803.11 for NVIDIA's float. Oh, now we've got a bidding war. Do you sell spreads most days on SPX? Usually, yeah. I usually sell 0 DTEs. I used to sell like 1 DTEs. I still sell like spreads over the weekend, which is a really good way to pick up some easy theta gains. I also sell spreads on a lot of like the big cap tech stocks. See you later, Buxom. Girk, I've been buying puts, but I've been hedging by selling call spreads. Look how responsible I am. Nice. So you're just 100% net short. What OTC meds do you recommend for major SPX bloating? I think this goes back to the Metamucil once a day. More downs expected tomorrow, big guy. Looks like it, right? We're heading to the collar. Stop trying to pump Mullen in here. SPX at 35 BPS down. My chart must be wrong. It's 45 BPS. Dude, Anybody not get stopped out of their 0 DTE puts on that little bounce? Because that must be nice. Straddle puts bought at 34.44. Calls bought at 43.29. Fun. Nice. Good entries. I assumed you got them at 43.40. Lol stops. Well, stopped out at risk before that shit broke. Lame. I fell asleep to that never-ending chop and woke up to my 0 DTE put up 500%. Look, Gork, actual selling, it's been so long. I know, I forgot that people sold things. This thing better drop enough to make up for the fact that I had to buy calls above 4,400 3 consecutive days in a row. Red candle, Gork. Do you see it? I do, but where are the bulls? Where are they hiding? I know they're hiding from the red. Bobby going back to 30. You need to lay off the crack, man. You can't afford to invest in Bobby and a crack habit at the same time. Ding ding. The day is done. Well, that was fun. I hope some of you get some nice cash settlement on your 0 DTA puts. Ford gets $9.2 billion for 3 battery plants in the U.S. Get fucked, Elon. My fellow Bobby clowns can't type good. 0 DTE stops or dub. All right, guys. Well, that's it for today. We broke down below the fast gamma level. We managed to sustain prices below gamma neutral for an entire day for the first time since what, the fucking beginning of May. So congratulations are in order to the Bears for having some fucking balls for a change. Durable goods tomorrow, some housing data. Not a lot. We'll see how positioning looks going into tomorrow. But with the drop tonight, maybe we slip the collar. We're definitely going to run into some resistance there, so we'll see what happens. And with the more volatile data points coming into the end of the weekend, I wouldn't be surprised if we just get hung up there for the rest of the week. So enjoy the drop while it lasts, because there's a very good chance everybody just straddles the strangle and the collar, and we end up just fucking sitting at 43.20 into expiration. Yeah, consumer confidence is tomorrow too. Bear song? Sure, why not? Yep. Thank you guys all so much. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Have a good night.